Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Special shout out to those of you who show up early. It really means a lot to me that people tune in at all, so I just want to let you know that I appreciate you being here. Right, let's get it started, shall we? I'll mix it up today. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Intrusive thoughts are terrible. I'm suffering so much with them. Anybody in chat can relate. And then Smokana said extremely relatable, struggling right now, in fact. Alright, let's talk about it. Let's get to it. I'm ready to get down to business. Do you mind if I ask you some questions first? What is it about the intrusive thoughts that bothers you? Is it that they are there at all? Or is it that you're worried that you actually believe them? Is it that you believe that they are true and that's stressing you out because it goes against who you think you are as a person? Can you explain to me a little bit more your relationship with these thoughts that you're trying to overcome? That they take up so much mental energy and time, that goes into it too, because it feels like, ugh, here we go again. Why am I bothering with this? Why is this taking so much time? Why am I not over this already? Sometimes the answer to that question is because I keep picking at it. It's like, why won't this wound heal? It's like, well, it's because I keep picking at it. Not that we want to pick at it. Not that we're trying to pick at it. It's just that sometimes when we have that restless, anxious energy, what do we do with our hands? Well, I guess I'll start fidgeting with shit. I'll fidget with this thing. Fidget with this thing over here. And then I get bored, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll just pick at this shit again. Grimlow refugees in. Come on in, Grimlow refugees. Make yourselves at home. Grimlow and I know one another. We've hugged. So let me know what comes to mind. You know, when you're thinking about your intrusive thoughts, what is it about them that is bothersome to you? They might be bothersome just because you're like, why did I think that? Why am I thinking this? Sometimes intrusive thoughts can just be very hateful. They could be very violent, and we worry, like, does this mean I'm a hateful, violent person? Is that who I really am? No. No. The fact that the thought disgusts you or worries you is a great indicator that that's not actually who you are. It's just your brain reality checking itself. It's trying to figure out, could I be this type of person? And then the rest of you goes, ew, no. And then you're like, okay. So now I know. The reason why I'm so bothered by these thoughts is because they go against who I am, and I feel like, why am I having these thoughts? Sometimes I worry those thoughts are right. Don't bet on them. Don't bet on them. Don't put any money on them. That's why they're stressful, is because you worry that they're right. Let me just say this. A thought is just a thought. You have 50,000 of them a day. On average. There's a variance. You know, some days you have more, some days you have less. Some people have more, some people have fewer. on average, about 50,000 a day. It's about a thought every 2 seconds. Do you think all of those are going to be good? Do you think all those are going to be valid and meaningful and worth your time? No, absolutely not. A lot of them are just going to be completely fucking useless, just being honest. However, some of those thoughts might be very disturbing because it's kind of this analytical part of you, the part of your brain that's always on, always active. It's like your working memory. You know, it's assessing the environment, it's navigating situations, it's trying to figure out your next step. Sometimes it likes to get your attention. So it really throws something kooky at you. You're standing in a kitchen, and there's a knife on the table, and the thought pops in, and you're like, if I picked up that knife off the table, who knows what damage I could do? Would anybody be able to stop me? And then you're like, what the fuck was that? Where did that come from? It's not because you want to pick up the knife and hurt anybody. It's not because you're secretly a murderer just waiting to snap. It's your brain reality checking itself, and it's just postulating the question, what if? What if? Your brain asks you that question thousands of times a day. What if this? What if that? What if I were to do this? What if I were to say that? What if I were to believe this? And your job is to parse that all out and figure out what is actually meaningful and true to you. That's how you figure out who you are. So the key in overcoming intrusive thoughts is to not try to ignore them, not try to, pretend they don't exist, but to say, hold on, what the fuck was that? What the fuck did I just think? Okay. Well, that's clearly not who I am. That's clearly not who I want to be, or what I want to do, or what I want to say or believe. It's a brain fart, my friend. And if you got brain farts and they're stinking up the place, you gotta let them out. You gotta air it out a little bit. The key in overcoming an intrusive thought is changing your relationship with your thoughts. A thought is not a belief. A thought is not a fact. It just is what it is. It's just an idea. Thoughts? Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? But what if I can't stop thinking that everyone hates me after social gatherings? Is this also considered an intrusive thought? It could be. But also what it is, and let me tell you what's going on here. Let me tell you what's going on here. What's going on is we have our own insecurities. We worry that people aren't going to like us. Or maybe we don't like ourselves that much. Maybe that's what we're grappling with, is our self-esteem. Sometimes that's a hard pill to swallow. Sometimes that's a tough thing to really own up to, is I'm not that fond of myself. And sometimes what we will do is we will assume that that's because that's what we believe, other people must believe it too. Why would anybody else like me? I don't like me. I'm not likable. And so what we're doing is we're taking our own fears about ourselves and we are putting them onto other people. Because if that's what we believe, they must believe it too. When the fact of the matter is they invited you to a place. They chose to spend time with you. They could have not done that. They could have picked somebody else. But no, they're spending time with you. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're having fun. And our response to this is they must secretly hate me. Like, do you think that they're evil people? Because that's something an evil person would do. An evil person would invite somebody out and be like, I secretly hate them, but I'm going to spend time with them, and we're going to do fun stuff, and we're going to eat food, and then I'm going to laugh at them behind their back. That's some evil shit. Do you think your friends are evil? Secretly? Probably not. I think statistically speaking, evil people are pretty rare. I have to force prior conversations out of my head because I dwell on them and assume the person read me in the worst way for no reason. Can I offer you an alternative here? Can I offer you a secondary idea? Think about it this way. If I'm going to think about something in the worst way that it could have been received, I also owe it to myself to figure out what was the best way that it could have been received. Because in reality, it's probably somewhere in the middle. But if we're only gonna go back and learn from the things that we've done, you know, our previous conversations, if we're only gonna look back and look at it in the worst possible way, being a pretty harsh judge. You're being a pretty harsh judge right now, you know? So maybe we could try to say, well, what went right? Instead of just looking at what we think went wrong. And you gotta remember that unless you really messed up, unless something really offbeat happened, the other person probably just doesn't remember it. Think about how many conversations you've forgotten. I've forgotten more conversations than I could tell you. I am very harsh on myself, but I know all my wrong I've done compared to other people that don't know all my fuck ups. The thing about being very harsh on yourself is it could get you to where you want to go. I'm not saying that it couldn't work in getting you to where you want to go in life, because a lot of people do that and a lot of people find success that way, being very harsh on themselves. But normally what happens is when you get to where you're trying to go, you've just ground yourself down so much that there's nothing but ashes left. You know, if you're just going to get there by grinding yourself down, it's like, what's going to be left for you when you get there? I feel like there are times when we do need to be more stern with ourselves. We do need to accept accountability and acknowledge wrongdoing and open up for that areas of growth. But we also need to show compassion to ourselves and patience and understand that lasting change takes time. This actually eased my mind. Oh, that's what I'm here for. Imagine they like you until proven otherwise. Absolutely. Don't believe that anybody hates you unless they actually tell you that they hate you. Or their body language is just like, oh yeah, this person just does not like me. Like they're just making that face at you. You know what I mean? If they're doing that at you, it's probably like, okay. But even then, I don't need to assume that it's because they hate me. It could just be because they're having a bad day. Or maybe they just don't like the shirt I'm wearing, but that doesn't mean they hate me. And you know what? If people don't like you, if you're worried that people don't like you, just treat them in a way that you would treat a person that you like anyway. Because you got to remember this. Remember, okay, this may blow some people's minds here, but this is a really important perspective to take. If you go into situations, social settings, and you have this belief that everyone hates you, how are you going to treat all of those people that you're surrounded with? Are you going to treat them like they're people that you like? Or are you going to treat them like you're people that you're suspicious of? Because you got to remember, that's going to give them an impression of what you think of them. They're going to look at you and be like, do they like me? Are they mad at me? Do they not want to be here? And it's not because you don't, but it's because you're worried that they don't like you, and now they're starting to develop the belief that maybe you don't like them. So you're kind of creating this self-fulfilling prophecy. If you want to make relationships, you have to believe that people can like you. And you have to let them know that you like them. You know, I had somebody write in the other day and they were talking about how, you know, I've had a lot of struggles trying to make new friends. And you got to take stuff like that into consideration. It's like, what energy am I giving off? The wild part is I've learned that people may not like you, but will still move past it and work with you if it's necessary. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like, just because they might not prefer you, or they wouldn't be somebody that you're like, oh yeah, let's hang out together. Let's go, you know, let's go get some coffee or something. It's like, they'll still work with you. You're not their enemy. You know, they're not You know, it's like having a coworker that's just like, okay, come on, dude, let's get the job done. You're able to put your differences aside for the sake of keeping the peace. You could do what I do if you want to do it in a more narcissistic way. Just assume that if people don't like you, that it's because they're stupid. Because why wouldn't they like me? I'm fucking awesome. And so if they don't like me, they're clearly missing out, and they must be an idiot. They don't like me? Well, then they clearly have no fucking idea what they're doing. Who wouldn't like me? That sounds like a them problem. It's clearly they don't know what they're missing. You know, not like I genuinely believe that, but that's just the way that I'll say that I believe it, and it gives me a laugh, and the next thing I know, I'm too busy focused on making myself laugh that I remember I don't really give a shit what people think about me. That's not really in your control. Because what I've noticed in life, and I had to learn this lesson firsthand, you know, working in mental health, you can do everything right with a person and they can still just absolutely treat you terribly because of reasons entirely outside of your control. You know, you could be patient, compassionate, kind, giving, empathetic, all of the things that you would want a person to be, and they can resent you for it for reasons entirely outside of your control. Maybe you share a name with somebody that pissed them off 20 years ago. Maybe you look like somebody that they hate. Small, insignificant stuff that they just they'll transfer it onto you. So don't live life expecting everyone to like you, because some people are gonna not like you for the stupidest reasons. And so allowing them to have power over what you think about yourself, that's buying into their stupidity. And we're smarter than that. But no, I get it. When you hear that somebody doesn't like you, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Why don't you like me? Tell me, like, why? Like, I can be a little confrontational when I find out somebody actively doesn't like me. I'm like, can you tell me what your problems are with me? I'd like to know so that I can take them into consideration. I'm open for feedback. Like, oh, you don't like me? That's fine. I don't really like me all that much either. I think people have a problem with taking things too seriously sometimes. You know? There are a lot of things that, you know, in the grand scheme of things just really don't matter, but for some reason it's stuff that we just can't help but cling to for far too long. And that's people for you. Life is way too absurd to take it seriously. I agree. I would also go so far as to say that a lot of people's mental anguish stems from taking things far too seriously. You have the ability to determine what is important to you. Like, there are things that are unequivocally going to be important to everybody because they're things that are necessary to survive. But outside of that, you have some say as far as how important is something to me. My neighbor bought a new grill, and now I feel cucked because the neighbor's got a bigger grill than I do, and now I need a bigger grill because it's making me feel insecure. You know, this is a problem that plagues Midwestern America. I'm not saying that I give a shit because I have a bigger grill than my neighbor, so get fucked. I would just say that when you find yourself taking something in life very seriously, it's okay to ask yourself why that is. There are going to be some things that you take very seriously, and you should, because they are very serious things. But you might find yourself taking other things very seriously when in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really fucking matter that much. And so you just have to be aware of how much stress am I pouring into this problem. Am I overfilling that cup? I have grill envy. You know, no, what I really want is I want to get one of those outdoor smokers. I want an outdoor smoker and a flat top griddle. I actually do have an electric smoker, but I want one of those pellet ones. Those seem sweet. Anyway. Enough about grilling. Enough about grilling. If we talk too much about grilling, it's gonna feel like I'm watching my YouTube reels. I get a lot of content that caters to straight white men, and let me say, there's some grills in there. There's definitely some grilling going on. So there's this famous self-help book that I'm wondering if you've read and just wondering what your thoughts on this book is. If so, is it worth the read? My mom told me to read the book How to Win Friends and Influence People. I know nothing about this book, but the title alone makes it sound like how to manipulate people. It kind of is. I thought about reading this book and I tried to read it. I swear I did. I tried to start reading it, but I was falling asleep because it's kind of dated. Let's look at a little overview of the book and get an idea of what their general ideas are that they're trying to teach you. It was written by Dale Carnegie. If you don't know who Dale Carnegie was, you ever heard of Carnegie Hall? Is that the same guy? Is it the same family? I don't know. I just assume. He lived in Missouri, so shout out to Missouri boys. He was buried in Belton? That's not that far from me, actually. Anyway. He wrote a book called How to Win Friends and Influence People, which was this was one of the first books of its kind. This was one of the first of its kind, because this came out in the early 1930s. Self-help books weren't really a thing until around this time. This was pretty new. Because you gotta think, psychology in and of itself is only, about 40, 50 years older than this book. So it's to be expected that the information in it is going to be a little bit outdated in its guidance. It does have some okay advice in it, but it also has some advice that comes across as, a little bit manipulative, a little bit showy, a little bit of peacocking, perhaps. Let's see what the main points of this book are. Let's see if we can find a little summary. Notes and takeaways. The fundamental techniques in handling people. So you got to think that, like, as we progress, as time moves on, we are mindful of our language. Like nowadays, to say like handling people, that almost comes across as like it's kind of weird to say. We've got a much more politically correct way of speaking about this kind of stuff. So you're going to see a lot of stuff in here that, it's still like solid life advice, like parable type stuff, stuff that we've known for hundreds of years. But then you're probably going to see some stuff that's like, ooh, that's a little, Don't criticize, condemn, or complain. If you want to gather honey, don't kick over the beehive. Don't criticize. Like, if you don't want people to get mad at you, don't criticize them. Like, it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. It's like, be nice, be friendly, be agreeable, show enthusiastic appreciation. But just think about the 1940s, because this came out in 37, so think about like that time period, or even like the 50s, and people are like, oh boy, gee willikers, you want to go down to the soda shop? I got a nickel, like that. It was a different time, all right? Things were simpler back then, and so the advice is a bit simpler as well. Well, the thing about it is, like, this was one of the first books of its kind that was written, so it's like some of the advice in it is still perfectly fine. Give honest and sincere appreciation. I'm just gonna arouse in the other an eager want. So this is where we start to talk about how to be persuasive. Which isn't an inherently bad thing. To be persuasive isn't inherently bad, but the thing about persuasion is that that's a skill that could be used for any number of things. Six ways to make people like you. Become genuinely interested in other people. Smile. Remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Be a good listener. Encourage others to talk about themselves. Talk in terms of the other person's interests. Make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. Like, this is still all good stuff. This is still all, time tested. So there's probably some stuff here in the book where it's just like, it shows its age. This book is coming up on 100 years old. It's about 90 years old. So it's getting up there, Like, if you needed to read something about science, you might not pull out a 100-year-old book. Like, some facts remain unchanged. This is true. Some books you might want a more modern source. And I think what this speaks to is that, we've kind of known, like, how to be agreeable, how to be friendly, how to socialize properly. It's like, this is stuff that has been known for a long time because this existed in a time where people had to deal with people. Working from home wasn't really an option. You couldn't do things remotely. There was no internet. You had to engage with people. You had to be face to face. You had no choice. To make friends, do things for other people that require time, energy, unselfishness, and thoughtfulness. Greet people with animation and enthusiasm. Be genuinely interested in people. This is all still really good advice. And that's because that advice, it's stuff that is time tested. There are some good quotes in it too. To be interesting, be interested. So this is where some of the advice might start to show its age, or it might be more called into question. Because Dale Carnegie, he was what did he do for a living? He was a writer, he was a teacher. But he taught courses in self-improvement, salesmanship, corporate training, public speaking, and interpersonal skills. So he was a good salesman. And so this is like a salesman playbook. How to win somebody over, how to get them to buy your product. The only way to get the best of an argument is to avoid it. Show respect for the other person's opinion, never say you're wrong. That's solid advice, because when you start to just tell somebody that they're wrong, they stop listening to you because they think you don't know what you're talking about. They think you're an idiot because they already know what's right and you're the one that's wrong. And so when you just tell them that they're wrong, it's like, they're like, well, fuck you, buddy. If you are wrong, admit it quickly and empathetically. Important to do. Begin in a friendly way. Get the other person saying yes, yes immediately. Let the other person do a great deal of the talking. Let the other person feel that the idea is his or hers. I mean, this stuff is still true. So, a lot of the advice in the book is Let's see. Okay, so now we're talking about how to be a leader, how to change people without giving offense or arousing resentment. You know, in looking at a lot of the advice that this book offers, it's still solid today, I would say. The question is how do I want to use this knowledge? You know, this knowledge is valuable, but then there are good people that could use it for good means, and there are manipulative people who would use it for manipulative means. It ties into, you know, other people, they just want to feel heard, they want to feel understood, they want to feel validated. So it's probably not a bad book to revisit. He also wrote another book called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. He wrote it because he was one of the unhappiest lads in New York. See, that would have been me if I would have moved to New York. You know, I'm also a Missouri boy. If I found myself just in New York, I would hate it. The goal is to lead the reader to a more enjoyable and fulfilling life, helping them to become more aware of not only themselves, but others around them. So I wonder how well this one holds up. It might be public domain in the open. Okay, this is the public library. Anyway. Not bad advice. You gotta think, though, that it was written for a different time, so some things might change, some things might not hold up, but a lot of the advice is still really solid. A lot of that stuff has been time-tested. You know, human beings have had to deal with each other for thousands of years, and in that process, we've learned a lot about how to make that work. I have rage. Today I was having connection issues with security cameras at my house and the sync module. I tried resetting it and reconnecting it, but nothing was working. After multiple attempts, I broke the sync module with my hand and my hammer. I screamed "die, die, die" at myself. I hit myself in the head and wanted to cut myself, but didn't go through with it. Well, let me just say, I am proud of you for not doing that. I'm just over everything in my life. What do I do? Talk to somebody about it. Who's somebody we can talk to about this? You know, somebody in person, somebody in your real life. Because you got some anger inside you and it's finding its way out and it's becoming a self-harming behavior. It's becoming a self-sabotaging behavior. And what that ends up doing is it ends up reinforcing the anger to begin with. You get angry and then your response out of anger is self-destructive, and then that creates more anger and then it just feeds into itself. So what can we do to break that cycle? We're going to do a presentation on anger management. Not today, but someday soon. Probably next week. It's been one we've been meaning to do. The thing about anger is it's a lot like fire. Fire needs a few different things in order to exist. Trying to find a picture. This one didn't work. Fire. Think of anger. Anger and fire, you know, they share a lot in common. In order for fire to exist, it needs three things. There are components to it. It needs heat, it needs fuel, and it needs oxygen. It needs room to breathe. Anger, that heat that you carry around inside you. Or no, the heat in this example would be the thing that sets you off. So you're carrying around the fuel. You're carrying around the fuel. You're a tanker of fuel. The heat is the thing that upsets you, that gets you frustrated, and then the rage happens whenever all of that comes out to the surface. Whenever it has room to breathe, it starts to get that oxygen. It's able to expand and combust. I can't be fixed anymore. I'm stuck this way. Why do you have to be? I don't believe that you are. I understand that you feel that you are, and when you feel that you are, it makes you believe that you are. But if the stuff that we have tried hasn't worked, maybe we need to try something different. Just because it's something we think doesn't mean that it's something that is true. Just because it's something that we believe doesn't mean it's something that is true. Now, the thing about fire is to put a fire out, you just have to take away one of the things that it needs in order to exist. If you pull away one of the necessary ingredients for fire, the fire can no longer exist. The same works for your anger. You need to focus on what can I do to take away one of the necessary ingredients of this anger. Do I need to go outside? Do I need to go for a walk? Do I need to get away from the ignition source? Do I need to go talk to somebody so that I can offload these things so I'm not just full to the brim of combustible material? Do I need to recognize when things are starting to get hot and then do something different so that I have time to cool off? I don't know what else to try. Have you tried forgiving yourself? For what? There's nothing to forgive. What do you mean? What do you mean there's nothing to forgive? We've all got things that are worthy of forgiveness. Me, myself, you, everybody here. We've all made mistakes, we've all held on to grudges, we've all allowed ourselves to act in anger, we've all done things that were setbacks, we've done things that were self-destructive, we've all been there, we've all done it. And it's okay to forgive yourself for doing that, because it's stuff that humans do. Forgive yourself for being human and making the mistakes that a human can make. You can forgive yourself for not showing yourself enough patience. You can forgive yourself for not showing yourself enough compassion and kindness. You can forgive yourself for not asking for help sooner, you know? Any number of things that a person can forgive themselves for. Who have you talked to about these feelings? You said you've got the new therapist? I think you've got some stuff to talk to about with him. Some stuff to talk about with him is what I meant to say. How do you feel about having a new therapist? Do you feel optimistic? You feel hopeful? Or are we still getting there? I just don't think anyone can help fix me. What would it take to open you up to the idea that it's at least possible? That maybe I'm wrong, maybe I don't know everything about what's out there or what could be done. Maybe I haven't tried everything. What would it take to open you up to that idea? Because if we go into getting help, getting treatment, getting care with the idea that this isn't going to work, nothing's going to work, I'm always going to be this way, you have created a self-fulfilling prophecy. You are writing your future. Believing that it won't work is part of what makes it not work. But as long as you're willing to open up to the idea that maybe, just maybe, things could be different, maybe I don't know everything, maybe I don't know everything that could be done, every opportunity for treatment, or, you know, any changes that I can make, maybe I haven't tried everything, there's still room for hope. And let me just say, I don't know everything. I don't know everything a person could do. And I work with it firsthand. Sometimes people find unexpected healing in unexpected places, but what helps that happen is believing that healing is possible. That you aren't exempt from healing because I feel like I don't deserve it or because I feel like I'm too far gone. It's not the case. Who knows what things will look like when you start building? That anger, that frustration, it gives you a lot of energy. It gives you a lot of motivation. What could we do to channel that into building instead of dismantling? Feels like I'm too far gone. I understand that it feels that way. But it doesn't mean that it's true. How about you see how far you can get in the opposite direction? You know, maybe you won't get to where you think you could go. Maybe you'll go farther. Who knows? But the only way to figure out is to keep going and to keep trying. You haven't failed until you give up. I won't give up on you, D, and I hope you don't give up on yourself. You are as deserving of your own love and affection as anyone else in the entire universe. But if you really want to heal, you gotta quit breaking your bones. You gotta quit picking at your wounds. You gotta quit hurting yourself. You gotta show yourself some care and compassion. You deserve it. It's essential. I want to tell my siblings these things, but I can't. I think that's a great place, a great thing to talk to your therapist about. You're dealing with that conflict. It's definitely relatable, my friend. You know, you feel like you've got all of these things that you are just holding to yourself, and it's going to overwhelm you. You know, but the people who are out there who care about you, the people out there who love you and want to see you doing well, it's like they want to give you a hand up. They want to help you ease that burden. We all need somebody to lean on. I'm insane? By whose definition? There are people out there who probably think I'm insane. And you know what? I'll take it. The thing about sanity is you find your own working definition of what is sane to you. You can't determine your own sanity based on other people's understanding of what sanity is. Because I've met some people who would claim to be sane but do some pretty insane shit. And I've also met some people who I would say are very sane but don't view themselves as sane. Right now, we don't need labels. We don't need, to tell ourselves who we are and what we can't do. What we need is compassion. Prefer to call it Mad as a Hatter for myself. Oh, that's me for sure. How's everybody doing today? Anybody have any exciting plans for this Sunday? Making pizza. Ooh, what kind of pizza? Got a big batch of chicken stock. You know, I have a bunch of frozen chicken bones. I need to make myself some chicken stock. Mushroom and olive. Good for you. Atticus, do you need to go? You need to go outside? Nothing really, no plans. Well, hey, nothing is something worth doing. Sundays are boring. If you're bored, then you're boring. I don't know why I'm here anymore. You're here to figure that out. You're here to answer that question. You don't need the answer to it right now. You have something to search for. I don't know why anybody's here. Why is anybody here? Why are any of us here? We're all trying to figure that out. And it's okay to not know that. It's okay to write it out and just see, all right, well, let's just see where I get to. Let's see just how far I can go. Maybe I make it to the top. Maybe I end up somewhere in the middle. But at least I tried. I didn't quit. I didn't give up. We're born to be alive. That's why I like that as our little theme song. You know, when sometimes you feel like life might not be worth living, I like to remind myself that that's what I'm here to do. That's why I was born. I was born to be alive. And now it's up to me to figure out what that means. What does it mean to be alive? It's what the universe wants to figure out, and that's what it's using us to do, is also kind of what I think. You know, we are creatures of the universe. We are the way in which the universe experiences itself. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously. I think this is one of the inspirations that I had that kind of opened me up more to like something beyond just that which I can see and that which I can perceive. You know, something more fundamental, something more almost spiritual. We are the universe experiencing itself. And what I realized was I should take that responsibility seriously. If I am the universe experiencing itself, I want to give it some good information. I want to do my job well. I want to report back with all the things that I have seen and perceived, all the things that I have conceptualized. We're here to love and be loved. Guys, I'm scared. Don't worry, Adrian Bear, it's me. Don't worry, it's me. I know that you probably didn't recognize me. It's me. I could have easily become a hikikomori. We had a hikikomori come into stream once, and he was telling me about what it was like being a hikikomori, and I was really, I was curious about it. He was telling me some stuff about it. One of the things that he was telling me about was pathological demand avoidance. One of the reasons why he didn't want to do anything or why he had such a hard time doing stuff was because anytime something felt as if it was a demand, he just didn't want to do it. To which end I'm just like, it's a real thing. Hold on. Sorry, questioner. We'll get to your question here in a moment. I have a quick sidetrack. Pathological demand avoidance. It's a trait you will sometimes see in autistic people. You'll also see it in non-autistic people. Basically, they're very in their routine. They need to have control over their environment. They may experience mood swings or impulsivity. They have a very high level of difficulty completing non-preferred tasks. And they have an avoidance of life demands. I struggled to say hi back to people when I was a kid because I was annoyed that I had to. No, here's the perspective shift that you need. If you haven't adopted this perspective shift already, it's not that I have to, it's that I get to. Not everybody can speak. Not everybody is verbal. Not everybody gets said hello to. And so I have the opportunity to say hi back. I don't have to say hi back. I could just ignore this person. But when you're a kid, you don't really recognize that. That, like, even being able to speak is a blessing. Because there are people out there who can't. There are people out there who are unable to. Verbal communication is just something that they will never be able to participate in because of reasons outside of their control. But you have the opportunity to. And so I think a lot of what goes into changing your mind and dealing with this type of demand avoidance is to change how you look at it. It's not something I have to do, it's something I get to do. Hey, Kanosa, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for the 5 months. Happy Sunday. Grateful to be a part of this community. We're grateful to have you too. Thank you for the 5 months. That means next month you get that silver brain. We got those little brain badges for the sub emotes. We drew those on stream years ago. We were like, we need sub badges, and somebody was like, do little brains, and I was like, that could work. And then we did. And so as you'll notice, you start off with a nice smooth brain, and then you start to get your wrinkles, you get your lobes. And then you go silver brain, gold brain, the brain bow. You know, like the wrinkles. The wrinkles are what make your brain smart. The wrinkles give your brain more surface area. Gives you more processing power. You know who has a really smooth brain? This is what a koala's brain looks like. That's why they're stone cold stupid. Koalas, as cute as they may be, they are pound for pound one of the stupidest animals you'll ever see. A koala only eats eucalyptus, which is poisonous to it. It spends its whole life eating something that's poisonous to it, and it only knows to eat it if it sees it growing on a branch. If you were to give it a pile of eucalyptus leaves, it would starve to death. It would never know to eat them. So they basically just eat a bunch of these leaves. They eat a bunch of eucalyptus leaves, which have terrible nutritional value, so they have to eat a bunch of them. And then they just get themselves basically drunk on this intoxicant, and so they're just hanging out in the trees, drunk on leaves, and a bunch of them have chlamydia. So yeah, I could go for a brain smoothening. But have you heard the sounds they make? It's insane. Alright, well now we have to look. Okay. Pause the music real quick. Okay, here. Their throat singing. Their throat singing. I can get behind that. It'd be very popular amongst the lady koalas. They're like, wow. And I'd be like, get away from me, you have chlamydia. I wish I was making that up. I wish I was making that up, but it's... but it's actually true. No, it's not where we got chlamydia from. No, that's not where we got chlamydia from. Chlamydia started being a problem in koalas, you know, relatively recently. In the past 20 years, probably. did they get it from us? I think we need to get the koalas on an STD drug. We need to clear that up. Anywho, enough about koala chlamydia. Alright, let's get back to the question box. Let's redirect. I would like to try therapy, but I have so much trouble talking about myself. I just want to say something real quick. Therapy is a great place to practice talking about yourself. If you have a hard time talking about yourself, it might just be because you haven't been able to talk about yourself much. Maybe you haven't had those opportunities, or maybe you haven't felt properly supported and safe in being able to do that. Therapy's a perfect place to practice talking about yourself, especially if you have troubles talking about yourself. I speak very slowly, and it's more difficult to speak when I'm trying to describe my thoughts or my experience of something. If I get really frustrated, and when I'm really frustrated, I start to cry, which makes speaking even more difficult. I tried therapy once before, but it was too hard, and I didn't feel like I was able to get my thoughts across clearly. You know, maybe just having a more supportive and knowledgeable therapist might make the difference. Also, you gotta remember that it's been some time since your last attempt, so things might be different. Maybe you learned some stuff. Maybe you'll be able to handle it a little bit better. Maybe things will go more smoothly. Let me just say that speaking slowly isn't necessarily a bad thing. If you're in therapy and you're speaking slowly, I mean, you're speaking to be understood. You're speaking to be heard. Now, let's say that you pulled up into a therapist's office and you started talking at Ben Shapiro speed. Then the therapist might have a hard time following. You know, you speaking slowly might actually work to your benefit here. Speaking slowly means you're speaking to be understood, and that's not a bad thing. Don't feel the pressure to have to speak fast or that you have to cram it all in. It's okay. Go at a pace that works for you. Unfortunately, my insurance only covers clown therapists that tell me diet and exercise will fix all of my issues. Well, it's like, okay, yeah, we already knew that. But the problem is that I don't care enough to do those things. I'm struggling to do those things that people keep telling me I have to do, and I feel like there's something wrong with me because of it. Therapy should be free anyway. That's why I'm here. Because I agree with you. People ask me, they're like, why don't you go back and practice therapy? Why don't you, go open a private practice or something? Because it feels bad. It feels bad charging people a bunch of money when they're feeling bad about themselves so that they can feel better about themselves. I want to give that away for free. Is that stupid of me? Probably. But I've never said that I wasn't an idiot. So let's say that you want to go to therapy again. Let's say that you do start therapy back up. What could we do to make that work better for us? One thing that I often recommend to people is if you're going to go to therapy, write some stuff down ahead of time. It doesn't have to be a whole journal. You don't have to tell your whole life story. You could just do bullet points, stuff that you want to make sure that you go over. Just as a sort of like a reminder. because you're not always going to follow it. You're not always going to, you don't want to just go in there and read them a story. You know, you want to engage in a conversation with them. You know, I do have a presentation here. It's called How Therapy Works. If we have some time, we'll review this one today. This one's for my people who are starting therapy back up. This one's for my people who are starting up to think about therapy. This is for the people who tried therapy and hated it and are considering maybe trying it again, but are on the fence because of negative experiences. I want to stop eating. You deserve healthy, nutritional, filling food. So how about we review this one today? This one's a good one. This one's I put it together a little while ago, but it's still a good one. So we'll check this one out later. But for now, I've got another question in the box. Maybe someone can accompany you if you're feeling uncomfortable. That's a thing that you can do. You know, people are people, and therapists are people, and sometimes people aren't that good at their job. I'll say it. You know, sometimes people just, they miss the point of what their job is. How does hypnosis work? What is the subconscious? All right, so this is 2 questions. Let's talk about it. How does hypnosis work? Let's start with number 1. Number 1, how does hypnosis work? Hypnosis works because the human brain is open to suggestion. And I'll give you an example of this, and it doesn't involve any hypnosis at all. I just want to show you how the brain is open to suggestion. You're looking really happy today. Yeah, no, it's just something about you, the way that you're carrying yourself, it just looks like you're having a good day. You look like you're doing well. You could say that to somebody, and they might not even be feeling it. They might not be having that great of a day, but you say that to somebody, and they'll go, huh, I guess they're right. I guess I am having a good day. And their mood lifts a bit. The human mind is open to suggestion. Now, conversely, you could also say to somebody, why do you look so angry? Are you mad at something? And it's going to make them start to get mad because they're like, no, I don't think I'm mad, but maybe I appear mad. Do I look mad? Do I sound mad? And they start, hyper-analyzing themselves, and they're like, what did I do? What did I say? Am I like, do I really come across as that angry? Like, the human brain is open to suggestion. Now, when it comes to hypnotherapy, now I'm going to talk about hypnotherapy because it's different from like the hypnosis that they'll do at the carnival or whatever. Hypnotherapy is, let's get you really relaxed. Let's get you feeling very peaceful, very calm. And then let's talk about some stuff. In this really deep, relaxed place, you might let some of your walls down. You might, open up about stuff. You might be able to, plant some ideas in there as well. So hypnotherapy, it's effective, if you give it a try. It's just about putting yourself into a very relaxed place. Because when you're very relaxed, you're also more suggestible. So it takes advantage of the suggestibility that a person has, and it puts them into a place where they are more suggestible, a place of near sleep, just very deeply relaxed. So that's how it works. It gets you relaxed, and a relaxed person is easy to make a suggestion to. Now, what is the subconscious? The subconscious is all of the stuff that is going on in your brain that is affecting you in ways that you might not be aware of because it is your subconscious. It's beneath the surface. I'll give you an example. Let's say that in the 6th grade, you wore a red shirt to school, and somebody at school that day said, "Why are you wearing a red shirt?" Or people were making fun of you for it or something. And now as a 36-year-old, you're like, red's not my color. Maybe you have held on to that idea. Maybe in a way that you didn't even fully conceptualize. You're just not even fully aware of it. It exists in your subconscious. Things that we are aware of, things that we, can think about, are mindful of, those are things that exist in our conscious mind. Stuff that is going on in our subconscious is stuff that we are probably not so much aware of, but it is stuff that we can bring up to the surface by digging deep. I would hate that personally, the hypnosis stuff. I mean, a hypnotherapy is basically just a personalized guided meditation. That's basically all it is. If you were to do a guided meditation, it's basically just a pre-recorded hypnotherapy session. Because getting into that very deep, relaxed state, it allows you to do some fine-tuning. It allows you to get into your BIOS and, run some updates. It allows you to open up PowerShell and do whatever the fuck PowerShell does. Oh, I was trying to find this picture. Here we go. The conscious and the subconscious. Your conscious mind is all of the things that you are aware of. It is the things that are on the surface, and this is a small percentage of what you are. Most of what is going on in your brain goes on in your subconscious mind. This is the part of your brain that controls the systems of your body, regulates your heartbeat, dilates your pupils, makes you sweat, digests your food. Everything about you that's beneath the surface, and it's a majority of what you are. It's kind of like an iceberg. Most of it's below the surface. Can I talk to my subconscious? Yes, but in ways that you might not think as communication in a traditional sense. Because some of these parts, and this is going to get really mindfucky here. If you want to communicate more with your subconscious, you might not be able to do it with words. Because your subconscious exists in a part of your mind where language has no meaning. Your concept of language and speech and understanding words, it only exists in a certain part of your brain. So this is where things get really trippy. This is where things get kind of mindfucky here, is that you have specific parts of your brain that know what words mean. But not all of your brain knows what words mean. That fucks with me. That makes my brain itch. And so, if you want to communicate more using words with those parts of your brain, you might have to practice and develop more of a connection between the speech and word centers of your brain and those other parts of your brain where your subconscious is sitting. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Is anybody scratching their head? Because I know that this might sound strange, but it's true. Like, if you had damage to one of these parts of your brain, you might develop a condition known as aphasia, where you might not be able to know what words are. Like, maybe you are like, there are different types of aphasia too. There's a type of aphasia where people will talk in the same way that you would expect a person to normally talk. You know, they have a cadence, they have tone, there's fluctuation in their vocal modulations. But in reality, the content of what they are saying is nonsensical. And so the part of your brain that produces speech is not the same part of your brain that figures out what the fuck speech means. And if you have damage in the part of your brain that knows what speech means, but not in the part of your brain that speaks, you might say stuff like, oh, about 15 or half, when you really think, when you really sit down, when you go all the way, it might be confusing sometimes, but in the end, you really just got to make it through. In the end, because it's upside down and it's inside out and there's 15 different ways. So it's like, it sounds like I'm saying shit, but in reality, it's just like, what the fuck is he talking about? Do all politicians have that? Yeah, probably. Just word salad. There's a word for it, because you'll see it in different conditions. Sometimes you'll see it in people with certain types of schizophrenia. Word salad. It sounds like speech, but the content just isn't there. It's also like listening to, a politician talk about stuff. So anyway, as I was saying, you want to communicate with your subconscious, communicate with it in ways outside of words. Focus on a feeling, focus on a sensation, focus on something that might be more discernible to the parts of your self, the parts of your mind that exist outside of words. A fun one to do is to view a breath as a love letter to the self. Every deep, satisfying breath you take, that is you sending a love letter to yourself. Because your body, your subconscious, it understands the language of the breath. Have I lost anyone? Are we scratching our heads? Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm saying? I know that that's kind of out there and that's kind of like trippy to think about, but it's true. Not everything about you is connected to the part of your brain that knows what words are, and so there's a lot that's going on that exists beyond words. It exists in feeling, it exists in sensation, it exists in smell and sight and sound, and it's much deeper, it's much more primal and organic than, words and speech and vocal modulations. Never thought about it, so it's hard to grasp the first time. That makes sense, because this is stuff that it took me a while to really get my head around. So I'm guessing I won't be able to communicate with my subconscious. You do it all the time already, you just don't think of it that way. Have you ever been hungry? That's you communicating with your subconscious. That's your subconscious saying, I need to eat. Let's make the belly rumble. Let's make a little gurgle. Have you ever smelled a candle that you like and you're like, oh, I want to buy this candle? That's you communicating with your subconscious because it likes the smell. The part of your brain that finds the smell pleasing is a different part of your brain than the part of your brain that says, I like this, I should buy it. But that is you communicating with your subconscious. So communicate with it through feeling and sensation and try to go beyond words. Now you can try to connect it to words. As you continue to connect with your subconscious self, you can start to bridge that gap and start to make more connections between the speech centers of your brain, the word centers of your brain, and the feeling, perceiving, experiencing centers of your brain. Is breathing subconscious? All right, here's the thing. Breathing is one of the few things that you can do that is both conscious and subconscious. It's connected to both of those parts of your nervous system. It's something that you can do manually, but it's also something that you do passively without having to think about it. And so breathing is one of the best ways to bridge that gap and to start engaging with your subconscious self, because your lungs have nerve endings for all of those different parts of your nervous system, the manual and the automatic. So if I'm angry, I'm communicating with my subconscious? I would say so, especially if what's really causing that anger is buried within your subconscious. If the reason why you're mad today is because your dad yelled at you 10 years ago, that's buried in your subconscious. We communicate with our subconscious all the time, but we do it through emotion and sensation. It exists outside of words, and that's pretty cool. Are instincts sometimes subconscious to communicating with us? Absolutely. That too. That a gut feeling, intuition, these types of things. So use that knowledge for good. Use that knowledge for good. If you want a more peaceful relationship with your subconscious mind, do it in a peaceful way. If you're trying to build yourself back up, it helps to not tear yourself to shreds. This explains a lot. It really does. I just want to say it's innately challenging to even conceive of the idea of your brain as this like modular thing. Your brain operates so quickly. It's a very advanced organic computer and it works very quickly. It creates this illusion of oneness because it's operating so fast, everything is moving around so quickly that it creates this illusion of oneness. You know, like when you see a fan spinning and you stop seeing the individual blades, it just starts to look like one continuous thing. The brain likes to maintain this illusion of oneness, but in reality what's going on is your brain has multiple different parts that are all communicating in sync to create this overarching sense of self. And one of the things that can be really helpful if you're trying to change your relationship with yourself, or you're trying to work on yourself or feel better about yourself, is to recognize that the different parts of my brain might be in disagreement. You know, maybe consciously I think that I should be nice to myself because that makes sense and that's what people tell me to do and that sounds like a good idea, but maybe on some subconscious level, some deeper level, I don't feel like I'm deserving of my self-love, or I feel like I don't deserve to have good things. Maybe my sense of, value was, made to feel lower than it should be. There's a really important aspect of healing is recognizing the wounds that are buried beneath the surface so that we can heal them properly. And sometimes to do that, you gotta dig deep, figure out what's going on down there, bring it up. So what makes me me? Well, that ties into this question, what is a soul? Let's think about that for a second. What is a soul? All right, so let's think about ourselves for a moment. Maybe you're sitting, maybe you're standing, maybe you're lying down, maybe you're walking around, who knows? But wherever you are there right now. You have this physical body. You also have a brain, that big, beautiful brain of yours. And that brain is experiencing thought. That brain is experiencing emotion. That brain is experiencing all of the sensations that come from having a physical body. It can feel the temperature of the air. It can feel the surface of your skin. It can feel the expansion of your chest as you breathe. But beyond all of that, there is a part of you that is simply aware that all of those other things are happening to you. It is the part of your awareness that shines a light onto every other part of you, but cannot shine a light onto itself. And this is what a lot of meditators will do, is they will become that awareness, the part of them that is just aware. Not the part that feels some type of way about everything, because as it turns out, the part of you that is simply aware is a different part of you than the part that feels some type of way about all of those things. It's just simply acknowledging that it is happening. It identifies it as real. And so that's what I believe is the closest thing that we can identify as a soul, and that would be just the part of you that is the light behind your consciousness. That spark within you. The part of you that is aware that all of the other things that you are doing and thinking and experiencing are happening to you. Makes me sad to see that I've been so hard on myself, but my brain is awesome. It's really important to recognize that, though. We want to recognize when we've been too hard on ourselves so that we can change that. We don't need to continue to be hard on ourselves forever. Who am I really? Am I just my brain? Now that's a good question. You want to get really trippy for a moment? What I believe, and I'm open to, other alternative explanations. This is just what I believe to be true. What I believe is that consciousness is not something that we manifest within ourselves. Consciousness is not something that just springs into existence as a result of our biological form, but rather, our biological form is something that is able to tune into a consciousness that exists within all of the structures of the universe. That same underlying force that makes life want to keep living, the same force that says, if I'm a plant and I grow in the crack in the sidewalk, I'm still going to try to grow. I'm still going to grow despite of what my starting conditions were. Life wants to live, and you're a part of that system. And so I feel like consciousness and what we are is really just, it's what we're tapping into. I feel like my brain, my nervous system, it's more of an antenna. It's not the source of the consciousness, it is an antenna that tunes into the consciousness. So that's what I think. I feel like there is an underlying order that exists within life, and we are a part of that system. We are a part of that structure. And so what we are is much more than what we perceive, and it's much more than just the body that we occupy. I feel like there is an inescapable interconnectedness between all living creatures. And I think that's pretty cool. So what do you think? What do you think? Is consciousness just a byproduct of how advanced your brain is? Or is how advanced your brain is the secret to why you are as conscious as you are? Has your advanced brain allowed you to tap into a deeper level of consciousness that other organisms might not be able to because they don't have the hardware? Who knows? Could be either one. We can't really prove it. But which one sounds more fun? Which one sounds more fun? To me personally, I like the one I go with. I think that's more fun. Because if ultimately you can't prove it, there's not really any sense in arguing. So you might as well just go with the one that sounds more fun to you. Because at the end of the day, who fucking cares? What does it matter? Option A or option B? Which one sounds more fun? But yeah, this raises some important questions like, what are we? Are we just our brain? Are we, our body just exists as a vessel to carry our brain around? We have muscles and bones and skin, and it's all to do what? It's to protect the nervous system. It's there to keep the brain safe. What about a single cell amoeba? Do they have some semblance of consciousness? Okay, now here's the thing, Tanutuva. I believe that you could go even lower. I'm like, what about the way that, atomic fields work? What about the behaviors of protons? What about hydrogen bonding. You know, what about your white blood cells? You know, like what about the trillions of different microscopic organisms that live in your gut that communicate to your brain in ways that we don't fully understand? There are more non-human cells in you than there are human cells. You are outnumbered within your own body. Your GI tract is the host of trillions of different biological organisms, and they're all subtly influencing you in different ways that you might not fully understand. They can communicate directly to your brain through the axis of the vagal nerve. You could have microscopic organisms living in your GI tract that are like, eat more McDonald's, eat more Taco Bell, we love it. And then it'll influence your behavior. Isn't that fucked up? The gut-brain connection blows my mind. It's like there's a little democracy inside your gut, and it's influencing your decisions. Now, thankfully, you're a ruthless dictator and you don't always have to listen to what the gut is telling you to do, but the gut still has a voice. And if you don't listen to it, sometimes the people revolt. And they make you poop your pants. So who are we really? Whoever the fuck you want to be. I'm sorry, but I really didn't understand your hypothesis. Which one? About consciousness? Also, this is what you get for apologizing. If you didn't understand it, I'm happy to talk about it more. It is kind of a very out there idea, especially if it's the first time you've ever heard something like that before, because I will fully acknowledge that I sound like a crazy person when I say stuff like that. Like, what? My consciousness is not created within me? I'm not I'm actually a part of something bigger? You know, all life is interconnected and consciousness could just be a written law of the universe. It could just be something that we tune into. Who knows? Try transcendental meditation and then see what you've... Okay, if you really want to experience that feeling, try transcendental meditation. Transcendental meditation is about elevating your consciousness onto a universal level. You are transcending into a level where you are much more aware of all of the consciousness that exists within the universe. It's a very popular thing. Lots of people do it. What's important to remember, though, whether or not you believe what I say or you understand what I'm trying to put down, what I would want you to understand is this. There's a lot more to the universe than we can experience. There are things that exist that are outside of our perception. There are colors that you cannot see. There are sounds that you cannot hear. There are sensations that you cannot sensate. There's a lot to the universe that we just simply do not pick up on. It's outside of our range. The universe is this gigantic picture, and with the senses that we have, we're kind of just looking through a keyhole. And we can kind of get an idea of what's going on out there, but we're really incapable of seeing the full picture. There's only so much we can do with the hardware that we're given. But I guess just try to see what you can do with the hardware you got. You might surprise yourself. Transcendental meditation is about finding that light within you, and that light is your consciousness. You're trying to lean into that part of you that is simply aware that everything that is happening to you is happening to you. all the things that you were experiencing. And then you follow that light back to its source. Where does that come from? That light within you. Trace it back to its source. See where that takes you. This is why we invented other hardware, right? And the other hardware can expand the picture that we can see, that's true. But I feel like there's still so much more that is still beyond our comprehension. There's a lot of that goes, there's a lot that's going on in the universe that we just don't have a good answer for why it is the way it is. Why does it do what it does? You pursue any science deep enough and it starts to become magical. You're like, wow, that's... Do you believe in free will, especially from a psychology point of view? As soon as I heard free will was up for debate, it freaked me out, lol. I ask for a psychology point of view too because I think I heard a debate that the brain, based on the way it's neurologically structured through genes, events, predetermines the way that you will behave, and that makes me scared and a bit sad. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. That's the thing. And this is why I feel like having a free will debate is a waste of time. Because it doesn't matter. It's not something that can be proven. It's just always going to be speculation. And honestly, I'm not really... I personally, myself, I believe in free will. I believe in free will. Now, if I do believe in free will, then so let's say that free will isn't real. Just for the sake of this discussion, let's say that it's not. But I believe in it anyway. It was predetermined that I would believe in free will even though it does not exist? Okay, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't, as long as I believe in it, I believe in it, and that's what's real to me. The important question is accountability and responsibility. Oh, absolutely. You know, if things are predetermined, then we should still be willing to work towards a better end, you know? Are you familiar with the concept of governmentality? Yeah. We instill that in a young age. Santa's watching. You better be good. Santa's watching you. Or they'll tell you that God's always watching. And if you upset God, you're going to hell. Telling somebody that somebody's always watching them without their knowledge is a good way to manipulate and control someone. So, anyway, the thing about free will is that you can't really prove whether or not it exists. There are people out there who will say that it doesn't exist because anything can be predetermined, but I would say that explanation is unsatisfying to me. I'm unsatisfied with that answer, and so I will be choosing a different answer. If people out there don't believe in free will, you know what I say? Good for you. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you're able to find conviction in your belief. Me, on the other hand, I believe in free will. Because sometimes I do things that surprise myself. Sometimes I do things that are unexpected. Sometimes I do things that I wasn't, you know, like, was that free will? I was too logic-brained for my grandparents to go, oh yeah, you were just being bad in secret, and then be like, Santa didn't give a shit when my parents didn't find out about it. Very interesting. I believe in free will because, you know, I've seen people make hard decisions. I've seen people do the right thing even when it's the tough choice. I've seen people be selfless. I've seen people be selfish. So yeah, I believe in free will. I don't really believe in determinism, especially like genetic determinism. I don't really buy into that. There are some things that are done just through sheer force of will. There are things that that happen just by dumb luck, you know? And for me, free will exists in those moments. You know, doing things in spite of the odds, going for the long shots. Breaking old habits and traditions. Well, what if you're just a game of Sims? If you are just a game of Sims, then click on that big green diamond over your head and see what your stat bars look like. The thing is it doesn't fucking matter what you are because you are what you are and there's not much you can do about that. And so if it's all just a simulation, if you're just living inside of a big video game, who fucking cares? Take better care of your avatar. Take better care of your avatar if that's the case. If you are a sim, then click on your plumb bob. That's what they call it. That diamond that floats over the sim's head. Apparently that's called a plumb bob. Click on it. Check in with yourself. What are your bars looking like? So, you know, this is actually a great metaphor for meditation. Do a meditation, but click on the diamond over your head. Click on that big diamond that's floating on your head and check in with yourself. What do my bars look like? Hunger, fun, comfort, social, hygiene, energy, environment. If life is a game of Sims, then we need to be trying to figure out the cheat codes. This is actually really helpful. Thank you. And how you use that information is up to you. I'm almost out of coffee, and that's no good. What are your thoughts on intergenerational issues and trauma? And the interesting fact that the male Y chromosome remains largely unchanged down the paternal line, such that men resemble their paternal ancestors more than women resemble their maternal ancestors. Maybe just an interesting observation. Well, as far as that goes, the whole chromosomal part, it's interesting, but I mean, the Y chromosome is smaller and it's simpler. Like, the X chromosome's pretty big, the Y chromosome's not all that big. The amount of genetic information you can pack into a Y chromosome is not as much as you can fit in a comparatively large X chromosome. Hold on, let me try to find a picture. So these pictures are a little bit misleading. Like, this one's a little bit misleading because it's not really like it's a bit more like this. It's kind of stubby. It's kind of, you know, it's a lot smaller. Smaller package means smaller amount, smaller amounts of data storage. See, but like a lot of these pictures of it, they give you a false impression that like the X chromosome and the Y chromosome are very similar in size. The Y is just missing a little bit, but in reality, the Y chromosome's a lot smaller. There's not as much data packed into it. And so if the data for your physical appearance is stored on that chromosome, then there's not going to be as much variance within it because it's... We look at a chromatograph. What are we barking at? What are we barking at here? This is an electron micrograph of the two. As you can see, one is much smaller than the other. Penny, what? What? I don't know. Penny, shut up. Nobody wants to hear it, Penny. I'm gonna go see what these dogs want real quick. I'm gonna go see what these dogs want real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go let them outside. Be right back. I'm gonna go get some more coffee. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna let the dogs out. Alright, I have returned. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Was this eagle just chilling the whole time? That sounds nice. How are the doggos? Oh, they're good. They just needed to go outside, and Craig's friend was visiting and he was knocking at the door, which is why they were all barking. So I went and let him in and let the dogs outside and got a cold coffee. Love a good cold coffee. I want to get back into this question that was asked because I only halfway got through it, but I had to go address the dogs barking. So we kind of talked about, the Y chromosome a little bit, and, it's interesting to think that, like, the Y chromosome is, it is what it is. Anyway, thoughts on intergenerational issues and trauma. What I would say is that generational trauma is something that, is really important to recognize. Understanding the ways in which trauma can be passed down throughout the generations. How we today might be impacted by the way that our great-great-grandparents used to treat each other. Because what you know is that this kind of stuff ripples through the generations. Let's say that we're not that far off from the Great Depression, right? There are still people alive today who lived through the Great Depression, or their parents lived through the Great Depression, or their grandparents lived through the Great Depression, and it influenced them in a way that then would be passed down to their children. And so even though they're not living in the Great Depression anymore, they might still have, behaviors, thoughts, beliefs that are tied into the beliefs that they had during that time period. So you have to wonder where it all began. It all began when one pre-human picked up a stick and bonked another one over the head, and that was it. They were just chilling outside of a cave, minding their own business, and one of them had an issue with the other one because he stole his berries or he stole his hunk of meat or something, and he walks up behind him with a stick and just right on the noggin. And we've been paying the price for that ever since. The original bonk. All subsequent bonks throughout history can be tied back to that first bonk. The really important part of understanding generational trauma is recognizing your position to be able to break that tradition. You can break the cycle. You can do differently. You can be, a more compassionate and understanding and nurturing parent than your parent was. Or, you might not be, reluctant to talk about your feelings, because that traditionally is something that we're still dealing with, is this resistance to talking about feelings, to caring about how people feel, especially when it comes to children. For a long time, parents just did not give a shit what their kids thought or how their kids felt. They'd be like, they'll figure it out. Go outside, don't bother me. You know? But like nowadays, we're like, oh yeah, that stuff messes with you. You know, feeling like your parents don't care about you or that you're just a bother to them, you know, that fucks with you as an adult. You know, it sets your value, it sets your self-worth. So we gotta recognize these things so that we can do differently and so that we can break that pattern and so that we can be nicer people. It also opens up it opens up some pathways for some healing. Because, you know, if you start going back through the generations, like let's say you're dealing with a negative relationship with one of your parents. You know, maybe you had a parent that was just a real piece of shit. And then you go beyond that and you're like, wow, I wonder what their parents were like. I wonder what grandma and grandpa were like. And so, while it doesn't make an excuse for the way that you were treated, it at least explains why things were the way they were. Now, it's still up to them to be accountable and hold themselves responsible and to, you know, make amends for their wrongdoing. But it can help to have that understanding. I'm sure many of us here have heard from their parents at one time or another, you should consider yourself lucky that my parents weren't your parents. Grandma and grandpa weren't grandpa and grandpa when I was little. I think a lot of people are motivated to do better than their parents did, and that's them showing awareness of these intergenerational issues. Coffee break video, Peepo giggles. All right, let's take a coffee break video. This fucking guy again. Hold on, pause the music. Pause the music. Let's... I feel like he's gonna give me a side quest. I feel like I encounter him in a forest and he's like, "Oh, hello, traveler. Say, have you perhaps seen an amulet lying around in your travels? I'm searching for a particular jewel." Like, I feel like this cat's about to send me on a quest. Such a goofy little guy. And this makes me wonder, like, can I give Miss Poopy a blowout? Can I do her hair? What sort of stuff can you put in a cat's hair? What can you do with a cat's hair? Can you give them a... What are your options there? like my favorite influencer cat. Sure. Sure, we've got a moment. We've got a moment. We're all caught up with questions right now, so we're kind of just chilling. If you have a question, feel free to drop it in a box or post it in chat. You know, we're here to help. Let us know what we can do. If something's stressing you out, if you're feeling sad or lonely or disconnected or unmotivated, you know, let's see what we can do about it. This cat has feline diabetes? What are you doing to me right now? He has to get his levels checked? He knows the procedure. What do you do with a cat that has feline diabetes? You don't let him eat candy? Sorry, mister. No sugary sodas for you. It'd be too bad for Beaver, because Beaver Just kidding, I don't give Beaver soda. Look at the long toes. Oh my god, you're right. Look at the size of those grippers. Man, my man's got some knuckles down here. Look at those. He's like... Is that where it looks like they do it through the, well, that's at least where they're testing his blood sugar through the ear.
Can you disinfect, please?
Disinfect? Just a little second. Good cat. Yeah.
There's no volume control on the like, I can't control the volume at all. It's just loud as hell. I can only mute or unmute. This is why Instagram sucks. It's 2025. Why do we have volume controls where it's just mute, unmute? Hello? Atticus, shut up. This dog's whining again. He wants to... Dude, cool it. He hears people out there talking. He's like, I want to go be with them, Dad. You're boring me. He said, I don't want to talk about psychology anymore, Dad. Dismissive dog dad. Let me just say, I'm very attentive to Atticus. Atticus, on the other hand, as he's gotten older, he's gotten much more impatient and much more whiny. He's also gotten much more vocal. And so part of what I'm dealing with is an elderly dog. He's getting older. He can't hear just how annoying he's being. I feel like that's why he wasn't always so annoying. Well, I'm not saying him. Well, I love Atticus, don't get me wrong. He's my buddy. I love that dog. But I also can acknowledge that he's very annoying. And I feel like parents can also feel this way about their children. I love them to death, but sometimes I need some space. It's like, as he's just spent so many years just barking full volume, he doesn't know just how loud he is anymore. And so if he needs your attention, he's just automatically like very loud. He's not, there's no subtlety left. There's no subtlety left in him. He also makes just some of the most annoying sounds that sounds that are more annoying than I ever thought possible. Like squeaky, rusty metal. I'm honestly impressed by him. I'm like, damn, Atticus, that's a really fucking terrible noise. Good job, dude. I didn't even realize that I could not like a noise that much. But he found a way. He found a way, and I appreciate that. I don't need to set an alarm clock because he wakes me up at 8 o'clock on the dot every day. He'll just go, like, Atticus, come on, man. He's so funny. He's so funny. He just does not give a fuck about anything anymore. He's just like, you're gonna hear me. I've got stuff to say. I respect it. I respect it. And the way he'll just bark at you nonstop if you're like trying to feed him, you're in the process of putting food into his bowl, but you're not doing it fast enough, and he's just screeching at you. Like, I'm going, Atticus, I'm hurrying, I swear. Like, does Beavis still wake you with cat kisses? If he's hungry, and he's always hungry. But, he hasn't been doing it so much lately. But he does come and he'll sleep by our head sometimes. He likes to lay next to your head. He likes to share your pillow. I've never felt more bullied in my life than my Basset Hound when he got older. Alright, thank you. I feel much more validated now because sometimes I feel like an asshole when I'm like talking about the stuff that like Atticus will do. And like, I don't want you to get me twisted. Like, I love that dog, but I can acknowledge that he's fucking annoying sometimes. He just doesn't know when to stop, and he's very loud. He's got no chill. I'm just like, dude, pump the brakes a little bit. He wants to go outside. He won't just stand by the door. He's standing by the door screaming at you. And then he's ready to come inside. He won't just sit by the door. He's immediately barking and whining the second that he gets to the door. He's like, let me in now. He's got no patience. He's got no chill. I love him. He's a good dog. I love him. But now I'm understanding parenting a little more. You can adore your child. You love them. You'd do anything for them. You would die for them. But sometimes you annoy the hell out of me. All right, so I said earlier we were going to revisit this old presentation we did because we had some people who were talking about resuming therapy, or they were talking about, you know, going back to therapy, maybe trying therapy for the first time. And so if you're curious about therapy at all, or maybe you've tried it, maybe you tried it and you didn't like it, You know, this is for you. This is for people who are curious about therapy for whatever reason. Talk about how it works. In order to understand how therapy works, first off, we gotta talk a little bit about the history of therapy. Therapy as a concept has existed for thousands of years. It's all about helping people who are experiencing mental and emotional distress. It's something we've been doing the whole time. Now, when we apply science to it and we start doing research, we start refining our techniques, we start collecting data, we form techniques and we form practices. And that's where we're at today. That's a nice picture. Thank you. Thank you. It's something that this is something that humans have always needed to do. We've always relied on one another for assistance. We've always done that. And if you feel bad about needing to do that today, I just want to remind you, it's something we've always done. It's something we've always needed to do. Sometimes we need to depend on people. Sometimes we need to lean on somebody. Sometimes we need to ask for help. And what I find interesting is that we still find it, you know, even though it's something that we need, we find it something that's so hard to do. But just remember, asking for help is a strength. It is not a weakness. In the early days, therapy was used in a oftentimes mystical or religious context. You know, you might go to a priest. You know, you might go to a shaman. You might go to a medicine person. You know, you might go to like a witch doctor. You know, there are tons of different examples of like ritualistic spirit healers, and you know, you see them in all sorts of different cultures and all sorts of different contexts and applications. And a lot of those are still done today. A lot of these ancient techniques for healing mental maladies are still used today. Now, in the modern era, when we start thinking about psychotherapy as a science, it got its start in the late 19th century. So we're talking about the late 1800s. People like William James, Sigmund Freud, to name a few. And since that time, you know, we've had modern psychotherapy, modern psychology. We've been working on that for, you know, about 130, 140 years. And in that time, we've learned a lot. Nowadays, the most commonly used form of therapy is cognitive behavioral therapy. It's one that was developed in the 1960s, 1970s, you know, and it's still widely used today. The basis of that form of therapy is to change your thinking, practicing changing the way that you think so that you can develop better coping behaviors. So that you feel better about your life, you feel better about yourself. A lot of the other forms of treatment that we use will use the cognitive behavioral model as a sort of outline or a sort of basis behind the application of other more specific forms of treatment. So let's talk about how therapy works. How does therapy work? Do I just go to an office and I just tell somebody about all of my problems and then they say, yeah, that does sound tough. And then I say, all right, well, it feels good to feel understood. They'll see you later. Is that how it works? It's a bit more complicated than that. How does it work? In short, let's give a little brief summation of how it works, a little general overview of the process. Therapy works like this. You start by identifying your behavioral patterns. You will have behavioral patterns that you may not be fully aware of. You may be partially aware of them. You may be completely unaware of them. There are varying levels of awareness of these patterns of behavior that are contributing to our emotional stress. The things that we are thinking, feeling, doing, all of that. They form patterns, and these patterns affect our mental well-being. Once you understand the pattern and once you understand the root, what we want to do is we want to address those underlying causes for those maladaptive behaviors. Maladaptive behaviors are just behaviors that you have learned as a way of coping with stress. And these maladaptive behaviors might actually be harmful to you. That's why we call them maladaptive. So if you get frustrated and you yell at people, or if you get sad and you isolate, there are ways that we can cope with stress that aren't healthy to us. And we want to understand and address the underlying causes for why we have these behaviors. And so once we understand this about ourselves, we can see our patterns more clearly. We're more aware of what it is that we're actually trying to fix. This is when we can start to identify new ways of thinking. We can start challenging and reframing those old belief systems. As we continue to incorporate those new coping strategies, the ones that actually, contribute to feeling better, the ones that help to maintain our emotional wellness, we are switching away from maladaptive coping strategies to more healthy coping strategies. This is going to have us feeling better. I'll give you an example. Some people might cope with stress by beating themselves up. They might put themselves down. They might tell themselves, I'm so fucking worthless. I'm never going to do it. I'm hopeless. Nobody's ever going to help me. And they're just kicking the shit out of themselves. That is a maladaptive coping strategy. And so what you want to do is address, why do I think that? Why is that my response? Where did I learn this from? And what can I do instead? And then practicing that new behavior instead. It sounds simple when you spell it out like that, but as you are probably aware, there's a bit more to it than that. It's real, it's raw, it's personal, it makes you feel things. But in general, that's the process. And then what you do is you keep practicing. You learn what you need to do, and then you keep practicing skills that help you to reinforce those new behaviors. Like practicing mindfulness, practicing gratitude, practicing journaling, so that you can keep it up. Because just knowing what to do, knowing what's wrong and knowing what to do about it is just two pieces of the puzzle. The real work of therapy is done outside of the therapist's office. It's done in your everyday life. It's when you decide to do things differently. It's when you take the alternative path from the one that you have been taking. It's when you start working those skills into your daily life that you really start to see the benefits of therapy. Now, there are many different ways that you can accomplish these goals through therapy. There are many different types of therapy. There are many different techniques you can do, but the general goals of therapy tend to remain the same. It matters less the style and the technique that is used in therapy. What matters more is, do you believe that it's going to help you? Do you believe it's going to work for you? Do you believe that change is possible? Do you believe that you can heal? Do you believe you can get better? How connected are you to the therapist? Do you feel understood? Do you feel heard? Do you feel seen? That matters more than the specifics of the approach. What matters more is feeling understood, believing that it'll work. And this ties into a commonly used phrase: you can't help somebody who is unwilling to help themselves. You know, you can tell somebody everything they need to do in order to feel better, but at the end of the day, it's going to be up to them to do it. And so a lot of what goes into therapy is the therapist trying to help you realize that it's a good idea to do these things. It would help you, and you want to feel it, you want to believe it yourself. You're trying to sell somebody on the idea that they are deserving of their own love. So that's a general idea of how therapy works. Now, of course, it's going to be different, and there's going to be variance depending on what it is you're treating and what it is you're working on, but that's pretty much a general overview of what therapy does and how it works. So what should you expect from therapy? Is this going to be me getting interviewed? Am I going to lie down on a couch? Are they going to say, "Tell me about your mother"? Very interesting. Now, why would you say that? Oh, very curious. Just gonna be me sitting there just scribbling on a notepad going, very curious. Most perplexing. That's kind of how therapy was done back in the day, because they were trying to be very scientific and very clinical with it. But what has changed in our approach to therapy since then is we have developed a humanistic approach to therapy. Carl Rogers changed the way that we do therapy by and large by showing more compassion and empathy and understanding, because there was a realization that that really matters in whether or not you're going to be able to help a person. And so in modern forms of therapy, you see that there's a lot more room for compassion and understanding and positive regard. Older styles of therapy might have been a little bit more aloof. They might have been maybe sometimes even a little bit more confrontational. You know, you keep mentioning your father. Clearly, your issues here tie back to your relationship with your father. Tell me more about your father. Every person is unique. And that means that every client and every therapist are unique in and of themselves. A therapist might be tremendously effective with one person and then fail spectacularly with the next person. Therapist-client compatibility plays a huge role in whether or not therapy will be effective. And so if you start therapy and you find that you aren't really connecting with your therapist, it's completely okay to be asked to be referred to a different therapist. Any decent therapist will recognize that, for your best interest, you might work better with someone else. The therapist wants to see you succeed, and so if they feel like you're not a good fit, or if you feel like you're not a good fit, or that you'd work better with someone else, sure, I'm supposed to act in your best interest. I don't need to tell you like no, or that you have to stay with me because, I'm the best therapist there ever was, and I'm, you know what I mean? What would a person with the least possible amount of parent issues be like? Very sad at their parents' funeral is what they would be like. The people who are the most distraught and the most devastated losing their parents are typically the ones who had the fewest amounts of issues with their parents. They'd be like those people who are posting in social media. They're like, I lost my best friend today. We talked about everything. No one understood me like they did. Which to some people just sounds so it sounds so outside of what they know. Some people are just like so distant from their parents, they actively try not to think about them. They try not to think about them. They try not to, you know. So for some people who might be a little bit more distanced from their parents, the idea of being so close to a parent might just sound completely bizarre. You know, it's like, huh, you're best friends with your parent. Interesting. What's that like? You want to spend time with your parent? How curious. Like, no parent is perfect, and every parent has their issues. But I feel like people, you know, when you've got a good parent, you want to be a part of their life. You want them to be a part of your life. And for some people, that idea just sounds completely foreign to them. Like, huh, you actually want to spend time with your parents. You talk to your parent every day? You know what I mean? Like, there are people out there who are like, wow. And it almost feels like, I would say that level of like closeness with your parent is something that you might not see as often as you would think. You know, I feel like a lot of people feel a little bit distant from their parent for any number of reasons. And sometimes it's not, sometimes you're distant from a parent, not even because they were bad to you, they just didn't really show up. You know, they just didn't really seem to care that much. They were just kind of more ambivalent. And so it's like, you might not, like, you've got an okay relationship with your parent, but they've always just been kind of disinterested in you. And so it's like, okay, well, why bother? You know, you're basically strangers. Neglect is a form of abuse. It is. But I would say that, you know, there are varying levels of neglect. I feel like neglect can be something that is very harmful. It can be very damaging. It could be like, oh yeah, there's no food in the fridge. Well, I'm not cooking dinner. You're going to have to find something yourself. And so you're just scrounging around in the cabinets and eating graham crackers. So like that level of neglect is absolutely abusive, but I feel like sometimes parents, you know, they might not be like, you may have all your needs met. You got a roof over your head, you got food, you got clothes, you got school supplies, you got toys, you got everything you could need as a child. But your parents just don't seem to really give that much of a shit about getting to know you as a person. You're just not really emotionally connected to them. Like maybe you try to go up to them and like, hey, look at this thing, and it's something that you thought was really cool, and they're just like, oh yeah, very interesting. They're just not. They're just kind of in their own world. Now, I wouldn't necessarily call that abuse. I wouldn't say like that level of like disconnect would be abuse, but it's still harmful. You know, it kind of makes you feel like Do people care about me? Do people want to get to know me? Like, my parents are just kind of dismissive. So I feel like that type of relationship with a parent is still harmful in its own way, but I don't think I would classify it as abuse necessarily. It's more of a mistreatment, I guess. I would say that there's a difference between mistreatment and abuse. Where you want to draw that line, I'll leave it up to you. So let's keep it going. What do we do in therapy? What you get out of therapy depends on what you're willing to put into therapy. If you go to therapy and you're, sitting there and you're talking to them and they're like, so, how's things been going? And you're just like, fine. You can get more out of therapy if you're willing to put more into it. Talk about stuff. Bring things up. Your therapist can help you to recognize the patterns. They can help you to recognize things that you might not have picked up on. So talk about stuff. Even if it's stuff that you might not see as important right now, that doesn't mean that it isn't important. The therapist might be able to help you to recognize that. The goals of therapy are determined by the client, not the therapist. If you go to therapy, you as the client are the one that gets to decide, what is it that I want to work on? What is it that I want to do? What do I want to focus on? That's your choice. That's up to you. Now, the therapist might, be willing to discuss that and be willing to, maybe talk about some other things and maybe weigh, because there might be things that you aren't even aware of right now. Sometimes you have to figure out that something is a thing before you can identify it as a goal. But the thing about your goals of therapy is they're always evolving as you continue to grow. Some people go to therapy because they want to feel validated, they want to feel heard, and they want to be told that they aren't the problem. And that's totally fine. That's what a lot of people like to do in therapy. They like to just get that reassurance that they're looking for, so that they don't have to be so hard on themselves. And that's okay. That's what some people like from therapy. Not really my approach. That's not really what I like to do. I'm much more of a, I'm much more of a results-driven kind of person. I like to see some action. I'm like, all right, so what can we do to grow and learn and change and get better? You know what I mean? That's what I like to do. But if you're just looking to feel heard and feel understood and feel validated and to be told that you're not the problem, these things happen to you. You had no say in those things, they're shaping your behaviors today. That's where a lot of people get started in therapy, and that's where a lot of people will leave it. But if you're looking for true transformation, it takes a little bit more work on your part. It also requires a bit more of an emotional investment. You have to be willing to dig deep and ask yourself the hard questions. You have to become more aware of the times in which, maybe I was the asshole. You know what I mean? We've all found ourselves in situations where we were the one who was a bit of a jerk. Now, maybe we felt justified, maybe we didn't recognize it at the time, but, maybe we just need to recognize that there are things about me that I could work on. There are things about me that are worthy of improving, just to improve my quality of life, to improve my relationships. Sometimes people need to be asked certain questions to make connections based on a different perspective, for example. Oh yeah. The art of therapy is learning how to ask the perfect question at the perfect time. That's the real art of it. Now, this can be very challenging, but this is how meaningful and lasting change occurs. So, just so you know, there are differing levels to therapy. Therapy, if you want it to be very thorough, very deep, very profound, and you're ready for some real change in your life, you can do that. If you're just looking to feel validated and seen and heard and understood, that's okay too. The first session. So let's say that you are thinking about going to therapy. What's that first session gonna look like? How's that gonna work? What should I expect from this first session? It depends. That's the truth. It depends. For some, that first session is just it's more of a casual thing. It might just be more conversational. You know, it's just you getting to know each other. It's you starting to develop that connection between client and therapist. We might need some time to just get to know this person and start a connection with them before we feel comfortable opening up about some deeper stuff. And that's very common. That's what a lot of people will do. That first session is basically just a little trial run. It's just a little get to know you. I want to try therapy, but I can't afford $140 an hour. Ooh. Oh wait, that's 140 pounds an hour. Oh. Or I can teach you how to do it at home for the price of a sub. That sounds like a great deal. Chat, if you have learned anything from me ever, you know, could you just let me know? Could you just remind me that we're helping? Is there a job that uses therapy but like a lower level? I have no money for university. A peer support specialist, or in some cases like a case manager, will use therapeutic approaches. Just talk to a friend for the price of a drink. Now, see, there's the difference because people will use other people as therapists all the time. It happens all the time. People will do it to the bartender, they'll do it to their friend, they'll do it to the cashier, they'll do it to the person in the drive-thru. They'll find a way to talk about that stuff that they're aching to talk about. The difference, though, is what type of response do you get? When you talk to a therapist, they aren't there to tell you what to do. They're not there to just give you advice. They're there to help you process and figure out what it is that you want to do, so that you can be more in line and more genuine with yourself. Most advice goes unlistened to. If just giving people advice worked, then we wouldn't need therapists. If you could just tell people what to do and then they just did it, then I wouldn't need to be here talking about therapy. For some people, the first session of a therapy appointment feels more like a trauma dump. This is also okay. Sometimes you finally, you've been battling over whether or not to go to therapy. You've been trying to figure out if it's right for you. And you've got all this stuff that you just know you want to talk about, and you're not even sure where to begin. And then you finally get there, and your heart's racing, and you're ready to do it. And you sit down in that chair, and they say, "So, what brings you in?" And you go, "Well..." And then you tell them everything. That's okay too. Just know that we're not gonna need to know or necessarily remember every single thing that you mention in a trauma dump. You can sort of see the pattern and, what it is a person might be dealing with. And you might not need to know every single detail, but that's fine. You're trying to get it out, and I'm giving you a space where you can feel safe to do that. You are trying to bring a voice to all of the things that have been bothering you. And that's okay. So let's say you came in and this is what you did. You're like, "Well, I saw my therapist for the first time and I basically just trauma dumped all over him. I started back in middle school and I worked my way up to today, and I don't even know if they're going to be able to help me. They feel like they're going to think I'm crazy." It's like, no, not at all. Not at all. What we're going to do is in the next session, we're going to say, "So, are there any patterns that we're picking up on here? You mentioned these recurring instances of whatever it is you were dealing with. It's like, what sort of patterns are we seeing here? I want to help you try to recognize your patterns." Is trauma dumping good or bad? It gives you a release. It can be cathartic, and it's not especially helpful, I would say, because you're basically just reading out your laundry list of everything that you can think of that is affecting you. And it can help us to get a bigger picture. It can help us to see the patterns that you're dealing with. But as far as being productive, the trauma dump itself isn't very productive, but just because it isn't productive doesn't necessarily mean it isn't helpful. So if you're sitting with a therapist and you're trauma dumping, it's maybe there's something that keeps coming up. Maybe you keep mentioning something, or there's just an overarching theme or a pattern that they can pick up on. That's helpful. Also, just getting that release can be helpful. Just feeling whew, I'm glad I got all that stuff off my chest. It's something that people do very commonly in therapy. They see it quite often. It's not unusual. So they're used to it. The most important thing that you can bring to a first session is an open mind. What you don't want to do is go into therapy with an idea of this is what it's going to be, this is how it's going to happen, this is what they're going to tell me. Be open-minded about it. So what do we do in therapy? Let's say we had that first session and now we're starting to work through some stuff. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? A client and a therapist are partners in this venture. You are working together as a team. You are exploring your thoughts, your emotions, your experiences, and your traumas in a deep and meaningful way. You are riding in this car together. You as the client, you're in the driver's seat, and the passenger seat is the therapist. And they're helping you navigate, but ultimately you as the client are the one who does the steering and steps on the gas. I heard that sometimes people just need someone to listen to them face to face. It's true. It's true. We've always needed that. People have always needed that, to just feel heard and feel seen. To just feel like you understand me. You understand what I'm going through. How important is it for you as a person to feel understood? I just think about that for a moment. How important is it to feel understood? One of the easiest ways to recognize just how important it is to feel understood is to think about how frustrating or challenging it is when people don't understand you, or they misunderstand you. Think about how much that sucks. That'll tell you just how important it is to feel properly understood. The therapist is there to actively listen to you. It's active listening. I am participating in this conversation by listening to you, and I'm doing it in an active way. I'm letting you know I agree. I hear what you're saying. I'm affirming. I am repeating back to you the things that you say so that I can show you that I heard and that I understood. And I say, so what it sounds like is that, this is happening and it's making you feel this way. Is that correct? And so they're helping to navigate with you to find a deeper understanding of your own mind. It's your mind. You are the expert on it. You know the terrain. The therapist is there to accompany you on this journey. This exploration of the self. One of the biggest mistakes a therapist can make is assuming that I know better about your mind than you know about your mind. I can only assume. I can only make assumptions and educated guesses based on what I know and what I have seen and what I've experienced. But you are unique. You know yourself better than I know you. And so one of the important things to do in therapy is to treat somebody as an expert on themselves. To recognize that you know how your brain works better than I know how it works. So help me understand it better. Explain it to me, how your brain works, so that I can understand you better and I can help you better. But how does it work, though? So we've talked about what we do, and we talked about the processes and the kind of stuff we're aiming to do, but how does it actually work? The real work of therapy happens at home. It happens out in your real life, in the real world. The real work of therapy doesn't happen in the therapist's office. What we're working on here is cognitive restructuring. We are reshaping our thinking. We are developing new patterns and new pathways in our brain, and this is what's going to lead to behavioral change and emotional change. The therapist is there to help plant seeds, and then teach you how to take care of those seeds, and to make sure that you feel capable in taking care of those seeds. You've got the skills that you need. You know what you need to do, and now it's up to you to do it. My main obstacle with therapy is my authority issues. I don't want someone else explaining myself to me. Well, see, no, exactly. Like you mentioned what it is I was trying to say. There's already going to be a perceived power differential between you as the client and the therapist. The therapist is there and they're the one with the job and the title and the degree and they're the expert. And so there's this feeling of a power differential. They must know more than I do. They must be smarter or more educated than me. And that's why they're the therapist. And that's why I'm not the therapist. And so you perceive this difference. And what you want to do as a therapist is remind them that we are partners here. I know a lot about how brains work, but I don't know exactly how your brain works. So teach me, so that I can help you to the best of my ability based on what I know about brains. In time, what will happen is those seeds will grow into new behaviors, new ways of thinking, and a new perspective on life. Some seeds might grow quick, some seeds might take longer to grow, some seeds might not properly latch on and root, but that's okay. You're going to plant far more seeds than you will have fully grown plants. That's just how gardening works. Therapists will very often assign you tasks or homework, stuff to do at home, stuff to do out in your real life, stuff to do in between sessions. And these are important things to do, as they help to lay the framework for your new ways of thinking. If you want to develop those new ways of thinking, that new sense of self, that new perspective, you gotta put it into practice. You gotta go out and do this stuff. And so I'm gonna, make challenges for you. I'm going to have stuff that you can do. I'm going to have activities and things like, okay, you're dealing with social anxiety. Okay, well, today's Sunday, and you haven't been able to go to the grocery store. The grocery store is overwhelming to you. You don't like to be around people. Well, we're going to challenge you. You're going to go at the least busy time. You're going to go on Monday and you're going to go 30 minutes before they close. There should be next to nobody there. It sounds like CBT I've done before. It works to a degree. And there's a reason why CBT is just it works, but it's also a framework for much more in-depth treatment modalities. CBT is a great set of bones, but you can do a lot more with that by applying, more understanding to unique sets of circumstances and not using the same tool for every single person. You modify it, you change up your approach depending on who you're working with. Time and repetition are going to be two of the most important things. If you continue to engage in those new behaviors, those new ways of thinking, guess what? They become your ways of thinking. How did your old ways of thinking become your current ways of thinking? Through repetition. And so if we want to develop a new way of thinking, what do we have to do? We have to keep repeating it. We have to keep at it until it sticks. That's how you build that new routine. Consistency. Giving yourself the time you need. I went to emergency services college. The therapy they did is just throw you down the deep end of the pool. Oh, you scared of water? Here's some canoeing. You scared of heights? Oh, whoa, okay. That's one way of doing it. And that's kind of like a very outdated approach. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't work for some people, because it does work for some people, and that's why they continue to do it. If it just didn't work for anybody, then they wouldn't do it, because that makes no sense. If you're not helping anybody, what's the point of doing it at all? But it is helpful to some people, because a lot of what goes into therapy is confronting your fears. Now, we don't have to necessarily be so extreme, but ultimately, we are confronting some fears. Maybe the fears that we have aren't heights or water. Maybe the fear we have is, I don't know if I'm ever going to like myself. Maybe the fear we're dealing with is, our own sense of self, our place in the world, feeling heard and seen and validated. Maybe that's where our issues lie. And you can't really push somebody in a pool to get them over that. Maybe the fear is forks and spoons with short handles. Well, and what do you do at the ice cream counter when you get a free sample? Does this trigger you? Does an ice cream sample spoon, does this cause a visceral reaction within you? If this is triggering to you, I apologize. Or is it okay as long as the handle is proportionate to the size of the spoon? Do people need friends and or a partner to feel complete and loved and worthy? I say no, but not a lot of people succeed of feeling loved by giving it to themselves. I would say that, okay, the way I look at it is this. Can you make it on your own? In life, can you make it on your own? Can you make it through life by depending on no one? By having no friends, no loved ones, it's just you against the world? Yeah, you can actually. You can do that. But is that what you want to do? Because it sounds kind of lonely. Like, what's the point of doing all that badass shit that you needed to do to survive if you can't be like, hey, friend, check out this badass shit I did. Isn't that cool? And they're like, wow, that's awesome. You're so cool. So it is possible to make it on your own, but it's also pretty lonely. I feel like joy is one of those things that is best shared with other people. Just having all that joy for yourself, it's like it's only so satisfying, joy that's just on your own. It's like a single serving of lasagna. But sometimes you want to make a big lasagna and you want to make your friends eat it so that they can say, this is good lasagna. And you'd be like, I know. Thank you for enjoying this lasagna with me. And for some people, you might actually view this level of detachment as a personality disorder. Schizoid personality disorder. Let's look at the symptoms. They like to be alone. Maybe there's a person who lives in your apartment building and they're just by themselves and you just don't really see them, but they're just, they seem okay. They seem reasonably well adjusted. Shared joy is a double joy. Shared sorrow is half a sorrow. Now that's a fucking banger. You cooked on that one. You cooked on that one. This is actually fairly common. It's more common than a lot of other conditions. You know, you might see... Do they have a prevalence rate in here somewhere? Hold on, let me look it up. Schizoid personality disorder prevalence rate. About 1.5% to 2%, maybe as high as 3% of people. If you have 3% of people, this one says up to 4% of people. This one says up to 5% of people. So it's actually not that uncommon. If it's 5% of people, that's 5 times as common as schizophrenia. Schizophrenia has about a 1% prevalence rate. And so, of course, there's going to be a range here, but what does the AI say? What is the AI going to give me? Estimated between 3 and 5% of the population. It's also more commonly diagnosed in men. Interesting. Is a disorder like that a spectrum or all or nothing? Pretty much everything's going to be on a spectrum. There's very little that's all or nothing when it comes to your mind and your behaviors and your thinking. There's always room for nuance. The brain is just so big and beautiful and complicated. There's a lot of room for nuance there. You have to wonder if these people really truly want to be alone, though, if it's just a coping mechanism that developed into a personality disorder. And that is the big question. Just because we can be okay with being alone doesn't necessarily mean that we want to be alone. Maybe we've just learned to get comfortable with it. Because if there's anything that I know about people, it's that we can learn to get comfortable with uncomfortable circumstances. We are very adaptable. We'll say, all right, I can make this work. I can figure out a way to make this work. Sunny Bits! Sunny Bits, thank you for subscribing. Hell yeah, brother. Oh yeah, let's see those emotes. Alright, so that's how therapy works. The real work is done at home. Let's talk about overcoming past negative experiences. Let's talk about this for a moment, because this is something that a lot of people get hung up on. Maybe they tried therapy, maybe they tried it a couple times. Maybe they just weren't ready for it, or maybe they had negative experiences with it. Maybe they felt like they were forced into it, you know, and the time just wasn't right. For any number of reasons, people might have negative experiences with therapy that turn them away from the concept of therapy entirely. But just because you have a bad taco should not turn you away from all tacos. Therapists are people, and they're just as fallible as anybody else. Some therapists may make assumptions about you based on what they have experienced with past clients. Now, they're supposed to try their hardest to not do that. They are trained and educated to avoid doing that, but sometimes you can't help yourself. Sometimes you make assumptions and you're like, oh, I've seen this type of person before. I've seen a dozen people that were just like this. And so you start to formulate assumptions, you start to take mental shortcuts, and you know what? Maybe you missed the mark. Maybe you got ahead of yourself. It's really important to stay mindful of that and to minimize it. It does still happen though, because it's something that humans do. Even highly educated, highly experienced humans will do it. Doctors, surgeons, people in all sorts of professions will sort of fall into a groove of like, okay, I know what to expect here. I've seen this all before. I know what this is. But in psychology and therapy, you might see something that it actually might be different from what you're expecting. Because you're dealing with a human mind. Dealing with a human mind is in some ways more complicated than dealing with something more predictable like an engine or a transmission. Have you tried the BetterHelp app? Apparently they mistreat their therapists by paying peanuts. Oh, I have my griefs about the BetterHelp app. Don't get me started on BetterHelp. Apparently on BetterHelp you access a higher tier of payment if you're able to see a certain number of clients in a given week. And so they actively encourage therapists to take on more clients than they could responsibly treat effectively, just so that they can get a better cut of the payout. The problem with BetterHelp was that it was not designed by therapists. It was not designed by, people who were familiar with the nuances of proper mental health care. It was designed by corporate people. It was designed by tech bros. And so while for some people it could be helpful, you're dealing with some pretty straightforward stuff, I'd say sure, it's probably not that bad. But for a lot of issues, it just might not really be a good option. This is why you don't want your therapists designed by people who have their master's degree in business administration. So sometimes in therapy, you might find yourself in a position where a therapist might assume that a certain way of treating you will work for you because it has worked on others that were like you. But that might not be the case. You got to remember that people are unique and certain things might not work even though circumstances feel similar. And so good therapists will be mindful of this and they will try to minimize this and make sure that it doesn't happen and they don't make assumptions, but to assume is a very human thing. It's something that we do as a way of saving on our computational processing speed. We like to make mental shortcuts so that we don't have to think as hard. Here are two important concepts that I'd like for you to understand. The first of them is transference. This is when a client will redirect their negative feelings onto the therapist. This commonly occurs when discussing stressful or traumatic events. The anger or frustration that you might feel towards someone from your past becomes redirected towards the therapist. And this is something that therapists are trained to recognize and to deal with, because you recognize that I'm talking to you about some pretty personal stuff, some painful stuff, and it's bringing up some feelings. And who is here to take those feelings out on? Well, me. You know, I'm the one who's instigating it. I'm the one who's inviting you to talk about it. And so it's natural that I might be on the receiving end of some of that anger. You can't take that personally. But as this exists, the opposite also exists. For every action, there is an equal but opposite reaction. There is also a phenomenon known as countertransference. And this is when the therapist redirects feelings from their own life onto their client. This is something that, again, a therapist is meant to be mindful of and work to minimize, but it does still happen. Let's say that they had a client that was just a real, just very stressful for them. Maybe they were, any number of ways. Use your imagination. Stressful client. And now they're meeting you, and maybe for some reason, something that's entirely outside of your control, maybe you remind them of that other client, and they start to redirect some of those feelings onto you, even though you haven't done anything. This can also happen, and it's the responsibility of the therapist to not do this, because this interferes with your ability to help people. Exactly, this is why therapists need therapists. If you've had past negative experience with therapy, consider the possibility that maybe you just weren't ready for it yet. Maybe you were put into a position where you felt like you had to do it. Maybe you just weren't ready. You just weren't there yet. That's okay. You tried and it wasn't the right time, and it's okay to try again later when circumstances change. This is something that happens really commonly. Some people might feel forced into therapy when they're a kid or when they're a teenager, and as a result, they end up avoiding it as an adult because they are basing it on the experiences that they had when they were younger. But what's important to remember is that as you grow and develop, your adult mind will offer you the opportunity to process emotions on a deeper and more profound level. When you're fully grown, your brain is able to do stuff and feel things on a deeper level that you just can't really fully conceptualize when you're young. There's much more room for nuance and understanding and the adoption of new perspectives as you grow older. And so I gotta say, I've known a lot of people who were like, yeah, I tried therapy. I was a teenager and I was forced into it and I hated it. And now I don't really want to do therapy. Well, I just want to let you know that it's normal to feel that way. But doing it as an adult can be a completely different experience than what you experienced when you were younger. Do you think we feel a deeper range of emotions as we age? I think we do. I would say that when you're younger, you can experience the different types of emotions. Think of emotions like color. When you're painting a picture, you've got all these different paints, all these different colors. When you're young, it's like you've got all the primary colors. All the colors are there technically, but it's not until you're an adult where it's like you start mixing colors, you start, shading and highlighting, and there's much more depth and much more nuance. So it's like you've got all of the ingredients when you're young, but you don't know how to cook until you're older. Do we become better at identifying / processing them, or is this psychological, or both? Do you watch Jordan Peterson? I used to watch a few videos 10 years ago before he became a political activist. Now, the thing about Jordan Peterson is he does have some decent advice. I will give him that. But I also understand that whenever he went to Russia to be put into a coma to get himself over benzo addiction, he was addicted to benzodiazepines. It's a highly addictive form of prescription drug that is used to treat anxiety. Stuff like Xanax, Ativan, Klonopin, those types of drugs. He was highly addicted. And so he was like, I need to get off of this. And so he went to Russia and he had them put him into a coma because no doctor here would do it. He's from Canada. Jordan Peterson's from Canada. And when... You want me to use my Jordan Peterson voice when I tell you the Jordan Peterson story? Here, how about this? I'll use my Jordan Peterson voice. Well, you see, what happened to me was I was having a lot of conflict with the universities in Canada. They weren't taking my views seriously, and I felt outraged at the fact that I had to refer to people by law as their preferred pronouns. That was an infraction of my God-given rights as a human. And so as a result of this stress, I became addicted to benzodiazepines. And no doctor was able to treat me appropriately in Western medicine. I had to go to Russia to be put into a coma so that I could properly detox from benzodiazepines. And as a result, I cooked my fucking brain. Jordan Peterson literally cooked his brain. He literally cooked his brain. He came, like, there's, like, you can definitely notice, like, the time in between, like, the before and after the coma, where it's like, Jordy, what did you do to your brain, my guy? Now, that being said, he's not that good of a person. He's got terrible political views. He's got anti-trans views. He's just not that great of a guy. But that being said, he does have some advice where it's like, okay, that makes sense. You know, a broken clock is right twice a day. Ooh, Casey made me a chicken sandwich. Ooh, she made me a chicken patty. My therapist actually had me read 12 Rules for Life before he went fully crazy. Right? It's like... You can understand why Jordan Peterson became popular, because he had some good ideas, but then he literally drove himself crazy. Like, if you watch an interview with him now, he's talking about, like, Methuselah, and the all-viewing eye, and the... He's just talking about, like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, in ancient Sumeria. I'm like, oh my god. There was a god who had eyes around his entire head. The internalized panopticon has existed. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, the way to do it, you want to know how to do a Jordan Peterson accent? If you want to know how to do Jordan Peterson, you have to know how to do two types of accents. First off, you have to know how to do a little bit of a Canadian accent. If you can do a little bit of a Canadian accent, you're halfway there. You know, you gotta lift it up a little bit. You gotta be a little bit Canadian. But you also have to mix it with Kermit the Frog. And so if you want to talk like Jordan Peterson, what you have to do is you have to mix the two together, and you gotta be Canadian Kermit. It ain't easy being green. We watched the entire Elon Musk Jordan Peterson interview on stream a while back, and I wish I could get that time back. Never have I heard two men so full of themselves say so many words while saying absolutely nothing. There was a time where I literally had to speed it up because listening to Elon talk, he was talking like this. And the thing to take into consideration is that with modern innovations and inventions, the potential of the human race is really quite fascinating. It's like, oh my god, I wanted to yank my hair out. Anyway, in adulthood, you have a higher level of ability to get deeper into your feelings and new perspectives and things, and that's because your brain is fully developed. You know, up until you're in like your mid-20s, it's like that cake is still a little bit goopy in the middle. It's still cooking. Is it about who's a better therapist, or is it just who we connect with more? Now that's the million-dollar question. If you have a better connection with an objectively worse therapist, that could be more important for you than having a worse connection with a better therapist. Now, ultimately, you would want both. That's, you know, you want both, but sometimes it's about the connection. A lot of people can do some really good work just by feeling understood and feeling seen and validated. That can go a long way in helping somebody to heal. But you can meet up with the smartest therapist in the world, and if you don't feel a connection with them, they're not going to do much for you. They might have some great advice. They might say some really cool stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, that was awesome. But if you don't have that real like connection, it's like, it's just words. It's just words. Therapist is a life luxury. I feel like therapists are an essential part of a well-functioning society, because whether or not we had people whose job title was therapist, you're still going to try to use people out there as your therapist. It might be a bartender, it might be a friend, it might be your wife or your husband or your boyfriend, your girlfriend. Could be your dog. Do therapists fall in love with their clients? There are actually rules about that. There are rules about that. And it depends on where you're at, because the rules are different depending on where you live. But in the United States, you could lose your license. You could lose your license if you were to go into a relationship with somebody that you treated, but there is a time limit. They have to not be seeing you for a certain amount of time, and then it becomes okay. Now, that being said, you should not be doing therapy with people and being like, I want to date them, because that's just kind of messed up. like you're going into therapy the wrong way if you're just like, I want to be with this person. It's not what you're there to do. Poor people don't get therapists. Poor people go to therapy all the time. I'm not sure what you're talking about. There are many places that offer therapy at no cost to people who are unable to afford it. You know, you got people who are disabled, people who are on, you know, healthcare programs, and they're able to access it at no cost. Also, people will use other avenues of getting therapy. You know, maybe they'll go to a church, maybe they'll go talk to a priest, maybe they'll go find a counselor in some other capacity. Or maybe they'll go talk to their dog. With money comes choice. If you have more money, you have much more of a choice in who you see as a therapist. But you're still going to engage with other people in a way that might be therapeutic to you, regardless of whether or not they have that label of a therapist. Just ask a bartender. Ask a bartender. Go to a, you know, talk to a bartender and ask them how much therapy they have to do with people. How much people are just like want to trauma dump on them. How much time people go to them looking for advice. Hairdresser, that's another good one. People will do it with their hairdresser, or they'll do it at the salon, or at the, you know, they find somebody to talk to about it. Whether or not you have a therapist won't stop you from looking for a therapeutic release from whatever is weighing on you mentally. The IT person fixing your computer. Ask me how I know. So there you are, helping them figure out how to reset their password for Microsoft Outlook. And they're telling you about some trauma that happened. They're like, yeah, my aunt died this weekend. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, you just go ahead and type your email address in here and then click reset. Is therapy right for me? If you're thinking about doing therapy, if it's something that interests you or something you're curious about, ask yourself these questions. What sort of goals would I like to work on? Because as we said before, the goals that you have in therapy are up to you as the client. Now, you could go to therapy and you could ask your therapist, hey, what sort of goals should I be working on? They're probably going to want to hear from you before they just tell you what it is they think you should be working on, because that doesn't really work. That's not really helpful. I want you to recognize what your goals are. If I just tell you what your goals are, that doesn't really help you much. So what are your goals in therapy? Do you want to feel more confident? Do you want to feel less anxious? Less depressed? More motivated? What are you aching for? I have so little in-person contact that sometimes I say wild things when I encounter someone who wants to talk to me. Very embarrassing. Why? Just because they can't handle what you have to say doesn't mean that you're wrong for saying it. I love it when people say some wild shit. I love it when people say some weird shit. You know, like, hey, you want to talk about aliens? I'm like, hell yeah, brother. People like you are what make life interesting. If we didn't have people like you, we would just be talking about the weather and the price of eggs. That sucks. This is a big question. What do you want out of life? Through deeper understanding comes deeper satisfaction. I want to help people. Now, remind me, Sugar Biscuit, remind me here. What is it that we're supposed to do before we help others? Like, helping others is good and noble and virtuous, and we need to do it. That's true. But what is it that we always say to do first? You know, before you help somebody else, what is it you need to do? Remind me. I'm having a hard time remembering. Absolutely. There you go. You got it. If you want to help others, you got to help yourself first. That way you're in a position to not only, put yourself into a better position, but you make it more sustainable. If you just rush into helping other people without being in a firm, stable place yourself, you're just going to find yourself burnt out, spread too thin, disenfranchised. So if you're having a hard time opening up to the idea of helping yourself because maybe it feels selfish, which, by the way, it's okay to be a little bit selfish, especially when it comes to improving your quality of life. But no, I understand it. It feels selfish, and that's probably why we don't like to do it, is because we don't want to feel like we're, selfish people. Then don't do it for you, do it for them. Help yourself so that you can help the people that you care about even better. So in that way, you're not doing it for you. You're doing this thing that might initially feel selfish, but then when you realize that by helping myself, I'm actually helping the people that I care about even more, then it's not selfish. I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for them. They need me at my best. Another question to consider, if you're trying to figure out if therapy is a good fit for you, what have you been struggling with lately? That's a good way to think of it. I'm getting better so I can help all my friends trapped in mental wards someday. And you wouldn't be able to help them unless you took care of yourself, right? Like, if you didn't take good care of yourself, like, what good are you to them? Like, how are you going to be able to help them? And so helping yourself is essential so that you can help the people you care about. Taking good care of yourself is not selfish. It's essential. Can a therapist who has an addiction help an addict to stop their addiction? There are a lot of substance abuse counselors who have lived experience with addiction. Now, that being said, having an active addiction, like actively being caught up in your addiction, can interfere your ability to be an effective therapist. But if it's something that's more managed and it's not interfering with your ability to do your job, then I would say it could actually be helpful. It can really be helpful to work with somebody who has lived experience of what it is that you're going through. It can help you to feel more understood. It can also help you to feel like there are good outcomes. Look at this person. They became a therapist now. So, in figuring out if therapy is right for you, take some time to think about what is it that you might have been struggling with lately. Are there things that are overwhelming you? Do you just feel overwhelmed by life or, having to make decisions or the stuff you have to keep up with, the stuff you have to do? Feeling overwhelmed is a very common reason why people will get into therapy. Or maybe you feel powerless over your emotions. Maybe you feel like emotions run my life and they're making me miserable. Or maybe there are some things that you're having a hard time letting go of. Maybe you're dealing with intrusive thoughts, or maybe you're having a hard time dealing with past traumas. These are all great reasons to talk to somebody. Yeah, the reason why I said what I did about a therapist having an addiction is you can have an addiction without currently being in the behaviors of engaging in the addiction. Like, you could be sober from alcohol for a decade. You could have gone 10 years without a drink, but you're still an alcoholic because that doesn't change. You have to recognize that I need to stay away from alcohol. It's not good for me. It doesn't take me anywhere where I need to be. I need to recognize that I am an alcoholic, and that's why I don't drink. And so you can have somebody who is an addict, but they might not be actively engaging in the addiction. I believe that everybody could benefit from therapy in some way. Everybody's dealing with something. Everybody's trying to figure something out. Maybe we need to feel a little bit more motivated or a little bit more confident. Maybe we're trying to deal with something that's overwhelming us or makes us feel powerless. Maybe we're trying to find a deeper understanding of life and our place in it. Therapy is a great way to overcome the challenges that life throws at all of us. One of the things that I've been really happy to see in recent years is the normalization of therapy. Because this wasn't the case even, 20, 30 years ago. Like, if you were to go and see a therapist, they'd be like, oh, like, what's wrong with you? Or they'd be like, oh, I didn't realize it was that bad. You know what I mean? Like, going to therapy was viewed as like an extreme solution in the 80s, the 90s, and, before that, it was like only crazy people go to therapy. But I'm really glad that we've worked away from that. And what we realize is that living a human life comes with challenges and frustrations and difficulties. And having somebody to talk to help you to navigate those things, that's okay. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. It's just a way of finding some help in navigating things. And that's okay. We're far from it in Russia. Hopefully things get better, Hopefully things get better. Just look at where not taking therapy seriously has got us. It hasn't really done much good for us. I'm so unhappy with the kinks I developed. Like, they are very on the edge kind of things. How do I reset it to like vanilla settings? That's a good question. Kind of depends on what it is you're working with and what it is you're trying to do. It's like, do we need a factory reset? Do we need to just start over? Do we just need to only start doing vanilla things and just learn how to appreciate that more? Do we need to take a step back from everything and reevaluate our priorities and our perspectives? The thing about kinks is that they're notoriously hard to change. A lot of people have a really hard time distancing themselves from kinks. Also, some people will get attached to the idea of a thing. They will develop like they'll like think like, oh yeah, this is something I really like. This is something that I'd be into. And then they try it in real life and they're like, oh no, that's not for me. So I would just say proceed with mindfulness and see where that gets you. That's it? That's the presentation? Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. Well, that's the presentation. Any questions? I hate him in real life. I like him in porn. Well, okay, then as long as you're able to distinguish between reality and fantasy, I feel like, you know, as long as everything's above board and everything's consensual, it's like, you do you. You know what I mean? Because there are definitely things that we enjoy in fantasy that we might not really enjoy in our real life. Sometimes the idea of a thing is more appealing than the thing itself. I'm ready for therapy now. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm happy to hear it. All right, I got some questions in the question box. I appreciate your patience if you put these in a little while ago, but we're gonna get through these. Let's go ahead and check these out. I'm struggling with procrastinating my college projects, mostly because I'm not used to deadlines. But I do end up submitting them at the last moment. How do I get into the habit of not procrastinating? One word, but you're not gonna like it. The word is discipline. What you're trying to build is discipline in your routines. To have discipline in a routine is to stick to something because you know it's good for you and you know you need to do it even though you might not want to do it. Because while it might be nice to just play Marvel Rivals all day and then do your paper the day before it's due, that's stressful. That's stressful and it's not very sustainable. So what do you want your routine to look like? Because you're going to have to get used to deadlines. You're going to have to start setting deadlines for yourself. Because ultimately that's the way that you overcome procrastination, is to start giving yourself deadlines. And you have to be the one that makes and enforces them. And that's where discipline comes into play. So there are different techniques and different practices that people do to try to manage their time better. I would encourage you to look into some of those and see which ones might work for you. What I found to be helpful was breaking up my work into a sort of workflow. So let's say that I had a project to do for school, I had a report to write, or I had to do a paper, whatever. Before it was due, I would do this ahead of the time, you know, not super far ahead. I'm not crazy. I wasn't doing this a month ahead of time, you know, a week or two, depending on how much time. What I found to be helpful is starting off my work process for school projects by taking that first session and making an outline. You know, if I had to write a paper or do a project, I wanted to figure out what is everything I need to do in order to finish this project. And then that was it. That's all I would do that first day. But it sets me up in a position where everything else is going to be much more smooth because I know what I need to do. I've got it all broken down, and now all I need to do is go back and fill it in. So figure out a schedule that would work best for you. It's like, do I want to do it a few days a week for a certain number of hours? Do I want to try to do it every day for less time? Do I only want to do it a couple days but for more time? You know, it depends on what works with you and your schedule. The tricky part is just getting yourself to stick to it. And so what I would encourage as a way of motivating yourself, delay your gratification. Whatever it is that you are wanting to do instead of the work that you need to do, you're gonna have to delay that, I'm afraid. If it's games, you're gonna have to wait to play the games until you're done with the work. Do the stuff that you need to do first before you do the stuff that you want to do, and that way it's also more enjoyable to do the stuff that you need to do, because you feel like you've earned it. You did some work and you got some progress made, and now it's okay to rest. Now it's okay to unwind and relax. But whenever you're like procrastinating and you're putting things off, you find yourself like, I'm doing the stuff that normally brings me joy and relaxes me, but I feel anxious and guilty and stressed while I'm doing it because I know that there's something else that I could be doing instead. If you need help with building structure or coming up with a routine, I would say, talk to an AI about it. Tell ChatGPT to help you come up with a routine. It's really good at that kind of stuff. I fucking hate interacting with people because no matter what, they will always end up misgendering me, and I'm pretty sure it's being done on purpose more and more, and they know I'm a woman, it's done on purpose. It very well may be, and in which case those people suck. So why are we spending time with them? I would also not try to judge all people based on the actions of shitty people. We don't need to write off all of humanity because some people suck. I'm sorry that you're going through this. It sounds disenfranchising, it sounds invalidating, and it's disrespectful. What are we doing in response to that being done? Do we correct them? Do we care to correct them? Do we feel motivated and energized to do that? Do we feel like confronting them about this kind of stuff? Or what? What do we want to do? Do you feel safe to do that? Depending on where you live, you might feel more or less safe to be able to even bring the topic up. At the end of the day, you know who you are, and that's what matters most. If spiteful, shitty people are just gonna go out of their way to be an asshole to you, then fuck those people. Like, who cares what they think? Don't let these miserable people let you make your life miserable. Let your light shine even brighter. Drown out their darkness. It struck me when you were talking about how the patient is treated as the expert on their brain. On an intellectual level, it makes sense to me when you put it that way, but recently I've been worrying that I'm not always talking about the right things. I find it far easier to talk about things happening presently that might be causing me stress than things from the past and childhood, when I also dealt with a lot of stress. I worry that if I say things that make me look like a bad person, then the therapist won't be as willing to show compassion and help me. And because I've been convinced that my problems aren't that important, there are some things that I just don't know how to bring up. It doesn't matter if somebody else thinks it's important, just so you know. It matters if it's important to you. Imagine going to therapy and the therapist is just casually eating a burger while working with you. I would ask if it's okay first. I'd be like, hey, do you mind if I eat this burger? Nom nom. No, I wouldn't eat in front of them. That would be rude. I would wait until they leave. I would wait until they leave, and then I would scarf it down. While my therapist has always treated what I come in to talk about with respect, I'm still reluctant to bring things up for fear that it would be counterproductive. The thing is that you don't know whether or not it will be productive until you try. You know, sometimes you bring stuff up and it ends up not really mattering that much in the grand scheme of things, and that's fine. Sometimes you bring things up and it ends up being far more relevant and impactful than you really understood. That's also fine. The thing is that you shouldn't feel like there's stuff that I can't bring up or that I shouldn't bring up because it's not important. You got to remember that that approach and that you devaluing it might be part of the problem that you're trying to work on. Like, I shouldn't talk about that. That's not that big of a deal. I don't need to mention that. It's like, well, wait, why are we minimizing it? Why am I devaluing it? Why am I saying it doesn't matter? Is it because it actually doesn't matter? Or is it because I'm trying to convince myself it doesn't matter? The only way I can figure that out is if I talk about it. You could even talk just about the reluctance itself. You know, like, I just feel like there's stuff that I'm just mulling over and I'm just not sure whether or not it's important to talk about. That's also something to talk about. I've definitely learned some helpful strategies for dealing with stress, and I've improved significantly, but feel like I'm not making much progress as of recent and feeling less motivated. Is this a defense mechanism that I need to overcome, or maybe a sign to seek a different therapist? I've been seeing the same one for over a year now. You want to know what I think? I mean, this is why you asked, so I guess you do want to know what I think. Let me tell you what I think. I think you are at a point in your healing where it's like, I'm waiting for that next breakthrough. I'm waiting for that next aha moment. I feel like I'm just kind of spinning my wheels a little bit. And normally what I would say is happening at these types of stage is, in order to proceed further, you're going to have to let some stuff go. If you want that rocket ship to make it to the next stage, you're going to have to drop some weight. If you want to get to that geostationary orbit, you're going to have to let go of thruster 1. What I can say is, if you want to go further and you want to go higher, you gotta drop some of that stuff that's holding you back from getting there. And so maybe it's just the way that we can invalidate ourselves. Maybe it's the way that we can make ourselves feel unimportant. Maybe it's us not taking ourselves seriously enough. In some ways, we might not be taking ourselves seriously enough. In other ways, we might be taking ourselves too seriously. You know, maybe I need to work on that. Maybe I need to figure out what my priorities are. Healing is not linear. Sometimes we plateau or need a challenge, perhaps. And that's kind of what I'm getting, is you're kind of at that plateau. Is you're like, okay, I've done as much healing as I can right now. So what am I missing? What do I need to take things to the next step? What I've seen very commonly, and what I've also noticed to be true in myself, is that when it comes to making that next step, sometimes it's not about what is it that I'm missing. Sometimes it's not about what is it that I need to figure out. Sometimes it's what do I need to let go of in order to proceed? What is it that is holding me back? Maybe it's my self-doubt. Maybe it's my, the way that I view myself. Maybe it's the own valuation that I put onto myself. Maybe I don't, view my struggles and my challenges as relevant. So you've come this far and you've worked this hard. What is it that you're ready to let go of? Is there anything that you don't need to hold on to anymore? Give that some consideration. We got a couple more questions. We're just about to get to those. Just a moment. They say giving advice from the outside is kind of tea, but also like you can't really give advice unless you know the whole story. So what do we follow here? I think we can find inspiration and advice in all sorts of unexpected places. Sometimes it comes down to just your willingness to learn. I try to view everything as a teacher. Whether it be a critter in nature, a little bird, a squirrel, a dog, a cat, another human. Try to learn from everything. Also, you're going to get far more advice than you ever really need. So sorry for the long post. Oh, well, you know what I'm not sorry about is this. We have a no apologies policy here, so when you apologize, you get bonked. Sometimes the best advice you can get is from somebody who has absolutely no stake in whatever it is that you're looking for advice on. Sometimes the best advice you can get is just a reminder of stuff that you already know. You know, sometimes it's nice to find somebody with an outside perspective. Somebody who has no emotional stake whatsoever in the circumstance. You know, if you go to a family member or a friend, it's like you have a pre-established relationship, and the advice that they give you is going to be influenced by the relationship that you have. So sometimes it's nice to just find a compassionate stranger. Somebody that doesn't have as much stake in whatever it is you're looking for advice on. All right, we're going to get into this long question. But now's a good chance to subscribe. You know, if you were thinking about subscribing, if you like this content, if you like this community, if you like it being possible, it's made possible by the support of viewers like you. So thank you for that support. When a person starts off a conversation with, "Can I be honest with you?" does that mean you should think they are lying to you otherwise without that premise? No. No. I don't think so. I think when a person starts off something by saying, "Can I be honest with you?" that means that they're about to say some real shit. They're about to get real with it. And so I think that's just somebody's way of giving you a heads up that we're about to get serious real quick. Sometimes it means we're bringing up some uncomfortable truths. It doesn't mean that they've been lying to you this whole time and they just now are going to be honest. It means I'm about to say some stuff that, you know, might not be the most comfortable stuff to talk about. It's an indicator that they're gonna maybe get a little bit more vulnerable. All right, let's check out this question, shall we? Sorry for the long post, but since you brought up maladaptive coping skills, do you have any long-term advice on letting go of a coping mechanism you know is not helping you anymore? Yet you're scared to let it go because of the bond you have formed with it, and also you feel addicted to it. Yes. Ultimately, it comes down to consistency, repetition, practice. You gotta remember that the current coping skill, the one that you're trying to unlearn, it took you time to learn it. It took you time for it to develop the level of connection that it has with you today. And so if you're going to develop a new skill, that's also going to take time to learn. It's not going to be a quick and easy replacement. What normally ends up happening is you make a mindful effort to reduce the current maladaptive coping skill while also trying to replace it with the new coping skill. And there might be a little bit of back and forth, there might be a little bit of tug of war, but if you continue to practice the new one and you're able to effectively replace the old one, then you're good. I wish there was a quicker and easier solution to that, but sometimes changing your brain takes time, and that's okay. So just take the time you need to do it. Remind yourself as often as you need to until it becomes the new way of thinking for you. For context, I struggle with maladaptive daydreaming. I have daydreamed a lot from a very young age. When COVID shut down the schools, I think this is where I became maladaptive. I only got the first 6 months of freshman year and only got back into in-person schooling in senior year. I did a year of college and I'm on a gap year now, so I had all that time to develop this long-term coping mechanism, so I guess it stands very strong in my neural pathways. It might not be as strong as... It might be pretty strong, don't get me wrong, it might be pretty strong. It might not be as strong as you think it is, though. Because you can also look at it this way. Maybe I don't need to completely change it. Maybe I don't need to completely rid myself of it. Maybe I just need to be more mindful about it and do it in a more healthy and productive way. Because taking time to be thoughtful and be creative and to explore the realm of imagination, that's not a bad thing. But if it's interfering with our ability to do the things that we need to do, then yeah, it starts to become maladaptive. It's interfering, it's causing us stress, and that's not good. Mindfulness. It's going to be your best friend in this venture. I've developed such a bond with the worlds and characters I have created, and since I put all my time and energy into this coping skill, I have been struggling with apathy for the last 1 to 2 years. When I do anything else, I feel indifferent towards it. For example, making/selling art. I find it more fun imagining the process rather than actually doing it. Now, see, there's a place in the artistic process for the people who like to create the process. There's a reason why artistic ventures are oftentimes group efforts or team efforts. Sometimes you have the person who can execute, then sometimes you have the idea person, and it's a collaborative effort. Maybe finding somebody to collaborate with would be a good use of that energy. You know, finding inspiration in somebody else's excitement and somebody else's drive. Because this is like having a really fun set of toys, but you've got nobody to share it with. And it gets lonely playing with those toys on your own. Sometimes you need a friend. Somebody that can share it with. Going out and socializing only feels fun in my mind, since now going out makes me feel physically tired fast, yet I know how badly I want a social life in real life again, and I am scared of being stuck like this. It only feels fun. Oh, like the idea of it only feels fun, but in reality, it hasn't been that fun, is what I'm hearing. Maybe we're a little depressed. Maybe that's why maybe we're starting to feel a little bit depressed. And I'm not saying this is necessarily anything severe, but sometimes this feeling of disconnection and this feeling of a loss of pleasure and enjoyment, that could be a sign that you might maybe you're starting to be a little bit depressed. And I would say if that's the case, then it might be really helpful to talk to somebody about it. When a person says to you, "I am bored," do you take it as you should entertain them if you can, or is boredom that person's own issue? At the end of the day, you know, it's my responsibility to entertain myself. So I kind of do feel like if you're bored, that's kind of on you, like skill issue, like figure it out, like read a book or something. Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? You want me to dance for you? You want me to do a karaoke number? You want me to entertain you? Or maybe it's an invitation for you to go do something together. In which case, just say that. Like, hey, do you want to go do this? Do you want to play this game? Do you want to go, get a coffee or something? Like, going up to somebody and just telling them I'm bored, that's just a statement of fact. It's like, okay, what do you want me to do with that information? I fear leaving behind my imaginary relationships because of the fond emotions I have given them in my brain. Well, it's not like they're files on your computer. It's not like you have to delete them. They're still going to be there. You got room in your brain for them, But also, it's important to remember that, like, we want to be connected with things outside of ourselves. Other people. And we also want to be able to share those ideas with people outside of ourselves. So maybe write them down, maybe tell those stories, even if nobody ever reads them, Maybe put them into words. That way you won't forget. I consistently imagine them being there for me and loving me unconditionally, which can be very comforting. By the way, hold on, before I drop the truth bomb on you, but I've developed a horrible habit of sometimes imagining bad things happening to me on purpose for that cathartic feeling of having people always show up for me. By the way, that's you doing that. That's you doing that. Even if it's you imagining someone in your mind, even if you're just imagining a character and they're saying, hey, cheer up, it'll be all right. You know that you got what it takes. Don't give up. That's still you doing it. You just have a hard time accepting that validation and that encouragement from you, and so you have to give it to somebody else. Instead of it being from me, because why would I trust anything I say? I come up with an idea and I'm like, I would believe this person. If they said it to me, that would make me feel better. But at the end of the day, that's you. It's you helping yourself in a way that you have learned to do that. It's okay to like yourself. It's okay to lift yourself up. It's okay to support yourself. It's okay to show up for yourself. I'm not fully sure why I do this. Look, you're a creative person. This is something that creative people like to do. They like to build things. They like to create stuff, even if it's just up here. It's a gift. I have no friends at the moment. I basically need to start my life fresh. I get so scared at the idea of not enjoying life as much as I do in my daydreams. Apathy and executive function make this very hard to push through. I can easily not leave the house for 1 to 2 months on end. I know the path that this habit is taking me down is bad, yet it feels so addicting and I can't help but do it more when I dread that thought. Routines can be addicting, even if they're unhelpful routines. Familiarity. Familiarity is a hell of a drug. I know you can't predict my outcome. I mean, not with 100% certainty, but a prediction's a prediction. Whether or not it's accurate. Is there any hope for me to escape this very vicious cycle and actually begin to get out and enjoy my life again without relying on daydreaming to make me feel good? For more context, this isn't confirmed by my family, but my family suspects that we are on the spectrum. Could be. There's a big overlap there between people who are on the spectrum and this type of, imaginative world building. But again, it doesn't have to necessarily be a bad thing. Your mind should be a refuge. Your mind should be a place that you can go to for comfort when you need it. We just want to make sure that it's also okay to leave it, and that we don't just need to lock ourselves away in order to feel safe. There's a whole big, beautiful world out there, and it's calling out to you. I know that maladaptive daydreaming can be linked to OCD and ADHD. I'm only saying this because if I hypothetically have either of those, would I still be able to get away from this habit? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Or can I at least learn to make it less prominent in my life? I think what you need to do is change your relationship to it. You know, it doesn't have to go away completely because that's a really tall order. And it also makes you feel fearful and resistant when you even think about doing that. It's like, I don't want to get rid of it completely, and I don't think you should. We just want to try to use it more productively so that we don't feel like it's interfering with our life and it's not inhibiting our growth. Maybe I will see a therapist for it. Do you have any suggestions on what type of therapist for this problem? If I do, and would I be able to bring up maladaptive daydreaming? Because I know it's not super well-known concept. Any decent therapist should be just fine, you know? I don't think you need to look for anything in particular. Maybe somebody who's educated about this type of stuff would be helpful. You know, maybe people who are familiar with like autism spectrum and that type of stuff. That could be helpful. Thank you so much for your time. Well, you're welcome. I would just say, you know, take this energy and just consider what you want to put it into. You know, do I want to do some writing? Do I want to express myself creatively in other ways? Or do I just want to build it up in my imagination? So I don't think it's something that you have to completely rid yourself of. That's not what I would say. I feel like this is just something that you need to change your relationship with. You know, as we learn and grow, we learn how to set better boundaries. We learn how to, you know, do things more responsibly. So I would just say, what can I do to try to make this more productive? What can I do to make this so that it doesn't interfere with the other things I need to do? I might not have to completely rid myself of my current coping mechanism. Maybe it just needs a little bit of fine-tuning. And therapy could be great for that kind of stuff. So I'd say give it a try. The stuff you're dealing with is the same stuff that like some of them, you know, there are authors that just, they build worlds and they imagine and they come up with characters and stories and they put them out there so that other people can enjoy them. So I would say is if you've put all of this time and effort into this world building, then bring it to life. Put it into words. That might also help us to move from the thinking phase into the action phase. I broke up recently and finally got with a girl who likes me, but I have no idea how to talk to ladies. You talk to them like people. You talk to them like an equal. Be nice to them. Don't be mean to them. Don't yell at them. That's about it. You know, be respectful. You know, a little playful teasing is okay too, but we don't want to make them feel bad. We don't want to bully them. You know? So just try to be polite, try to be respectful. That can really take you a long way when it comes to talking to people in general. Thank you, appreciate you. Oh, you're welcome. Appreciate you too. Sorry if you already covered this. I've just been bonking all day today. We're just bonking it out. Bonking today. What are your thoughts on finding a therapist that is the right match? My understanding about transference is that it often involves the playing out of a dynamic from childhood, in which case it could either help or hurt if the therapist reminds you of a particular caretaker. Oh, well, that's keen. You're actually right. You're correct there. This is absolutely correct. Transference isn't always bad. Sometimes it's helpful. You know, like maybe I have issues with a certain type of person. Maybe my issue is with men. And maybe if I were to work with a therapist who was a man, I might be transferring some of my issues with men onto this guy. Even though I don't know this guy, he could be unlike anybody I've ever met before. And so it does present you with an opportunity to confront those types of feelings that you have. It does offer you that opportunity. It's about doing it when you're ready, though. You know? Do it when you're ready to do it. Now, you might not ever feel ready, at least not 100% ready. But it could be beneficial. It could also be a detriment. But what I would say is, if you find yourself engaging in transference with a therapist, the best thing to do about that is to talk to the therapist about it. Work on it with them, you know? If it does happen, and it's normal for it to happen, it's probably way more common than you'd realize. Talk to them about it. I'm worried about having to reject therapists if I feel they are not the best match. Well, I mean, if we're being honest, if you're looking at me and you're expecting your therapist to be like me, you're going to be disappointed because nobody does it like I do it. And I'm kind of joking here. I'm just trying to have a little bit of fun. But let me just say that the therapist that you have, it matters, but it might not matter as much as you think it does. What matters a lot more is, you know, do I feel valid? Do I feel understood? Do I feel seen? Do I feel like my therapist understands me? Do I feel like this is working? All of those things matter. All of those things will contribute to whether or not you have a good outcome. So you can even have some benefit from an imperfect therapist. And I would say that there's no such thing as a perfect therapist. Every therapist has their quirks and their flaws and their shortcomings and their strengths. So what I would say is, if you meet a new therapist, try your best to make it work. But if it's not like after, you know, don't just do one session. You know, if you're able to see therapists a few times, if you have that option, you know, give them at least 2 or 3 sessions to just really feel like, is this going to be a good fit? That first session might not be a great indicator of what to expect. Sometimes it takes a couple sessions, but if you feel like, I just feel like they don't really understand me, I don't really feel like we're getting anywhere. Now, here's the thing. You can also talk to them about that. If you're with a therapist and you feel like, I don't really feel understood by them, I don't really feel like they're getting it, you can talk to them about it so that they can try to understand you better. If they're a good therapist, what they'll say is, you know, I think you're right. I was feeling the same thing. I feel like we might just have a little bit of a miscommunication here. Let's go ahead and clear that up. Let's talk about it. The therapist should want to do the best job for you that they can, and if there are things that you feel like they aren't doing what they need to do, it's okay to talk to them about it, and they should be willing to listen to you. You don't want them to say, actually, I'm right and you're wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about. You just need to shut up and listen to me. That's no good. That's no good. Also, therapists, if they feel like they aren't the best help for you that they can be, they should be more than willing to refer you to someone else that could be a better suit for you. Like if I started to work with you and we were recognizing that, maybe this just isn't going to be the best fit. Like maybe you feel a little too guarded. Maybe you're just not ready to talk to like a guy about this kind of stuff. Maybe you'd be better suited if you started seeing a woman. Like, okay, we'll go ahead and refer you to one. No fault of mine, no fault of yours. It just wasn't a good match, and that's okay. Sometimes it might take a few times before you find a therapist that you're really quick with. But I would say it's worth looking, it's worth searching, especially if you're really committed to the process. What do you think are therapists' red flags? If they talk more than you do? That's one of the biggest red flags is, do they do most of the talking in the session? Do they just talk at you? Do they just tell you what to do? Do you try to tell them how you feel and they tell you that actually you're wrong? Or do they feel dismissive? Do they feel like, you're not being seen or heard or validated? Those are all red flags. Can I ask you for advice in a specific scenario? Sure, go ahead. Fire away. We're all wrapped up with the question box for now, so we're going to be winding down the stream, but now's a great time to subscribe. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Prime sub if you connect it to your Twitch account. Also, we've got all of these beautiful people in here who aren't subscribed and they're just dying for a gifted sub, so maybe you're feeling especially generous. I don't know. We'll see. But this stream and this content is made possible due to the support of people like you. So thank you for being here. Even if you're just watching or listening or chatting, whatever it is, we're happy to have all of you. It's by your support that I'm able to do what I do. Anonymous with the gifted sub to the super senior. It worked. Oh my god, it worked. Evie's another gifted a sub to favorite customer. Oh my goodness, and now we're on a hype train? Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Only positive vibe with the gifted sub. But we're hype training now. Hope you don't mind if I answer this question while the Jellyfish Jam plays in the background. I hope it's okay if I have the Jellyfish Jam 10-hour loop on in the background while I answer your question. I went to a sports club for 9 years, then I went to college and quit the team. My mom helped the club out with doing the taxes and helping with entry tickets for games because they really needed help at the time. It has been almost 6 years now and she is still very active helping out, and I recently told her that it makes me very uncomfortable because it was my club. She said she understands and will continue for another few months to wrap things up. I was super happy until today when I asked her about how things are going and she said she changed her mind and doesn't want to quit. No, but okay, what I'm trying to understand is why is this a problem? You know, maybe it's something that brings her happiness. You know, maybe she likes working with him. Maybe she just likes that connection and that sense of community. You know, she's her own person. She is, you know, an autonomous human being. And if this brings her joy and connection, why do we need to tell her no? Is it hurting us in some way? Is it hurting her in some way? I think if it brings her joy, then what's the problem? It does bring her happiness, it just makes me feel weird. Why? Why does it make you feel weird? I don't really know. Well, here's the thing. If something makes us feel weird, but we're not really sure why, and we don't really have a good reason for why, maybe we don't need to feel that way. If we've got no good reason to feel that way, maybe it's not worth feeling that way. If it's not hurting anybody and it makes her happy, I mean, just be happy for her. You know, you're getting older. You know, you're her kid, but you're getting older, and she still probably wants to feel that sense of connection and that sense of being able to help people and be a part of something, and that's fine. I want to let that part of my life go, and it feels like your best friend hanging out with your ex. Except it's different. You gotta admit it's different than that. You know, but what about that part of her life? Only positive vibe, thank you for all those gifted subs. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Throwaway598376. And thank you for the gifted sub to take us through to the next level of the hype train. If it makes her happy, and her being happy makes you happy, then I don't see the problem. It's more of a gut feeling, not really a good explanation. Well, then I would just take some time to think about why that is, you know? We might not have a good answer for why we feel that way. Maybe at the end of the day, we just feel that way because it's like, okay, well, why aren't you spending time on stuff that I'm currently doing? You know, or maybe I feel like you're not as involved in my life today as you were when you were involved with that. Or maybe you doing this takes away from the time that you could be spending on me. I don't know. And I'm not trying to say that you're being selfish. I just want to say we want to be mindful of it when we might be acting in a little bit of a selfish way. If it brings her happiness, that should bring you happiness. Oh, I don't know if it's even something that you need to necessarily think about or talk about. It's like she can do that with her free time, I guess, you know, if that's what she wants to do. If it makes her happy and it's not hurting anybody, what's the problem? Also, the fact that she was willing to give that up when you asked, but, you know, she changed her mind, and that's to be expected, because You know, it sounds like it's something that's bringing her joy and it's giving her a sense of purpose and it's, you know, helping her feel connected with people and giving her that sense of community. That's all really important stuff. But at least she was willing to consider just letting all of that go to make you happy. So it sounds like she cares about you. You know, it sounds like she wants you to be happy and she was willing to sacrifice her own happiness to make you happy. Mothers are too good to us sometimes, aren't they? It does feel like she spends too much free time on that and has no energy for us at home. Well, then I think we've found why it bothers you. Because that's my mom. Why isn't she spending her time and energy being my mom, and she's spending her time and energy out there being somebody else's mom? So when you understand it that way, it makes perfect sense why we would feel that way. What is it that you feel like you're missing out from? You know, what are you looking to spend more time with her? Are you looking to go out and do stuff together, hang out together? You know, I'm sure she would love that. And I'm sure she would find the energy if you expressed the desire. Where can I find a free mom? I think when they're 15 might be willing to adopt you. But I don't want to speak for them, you know, perhaps. When they're 15 is very much the community mom here. $30 on that hype train. Anybody want to jump on in the last minute? Tanu Tuva, thank you for the 15 months. You're blowing me away. Gold fart. Gold fart. Shaking the groove thing. I gotta think on that, thanks. There you go. That's all you can do is take some time to think about it. OPV with a gifted sub to Parasociologist. Thank you for all those gifted subs. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. The beautiful people. The fine people of the brain domain. Some of the best chatters I've ever seen. Many people are saying this. Many good people are saying this. They come to me all the time and they say, Papa Bragan, how come your community is so great and so beautiful and so wonderful? And I say, it's easy. It's the easiest thing in the world. I just hit go live and they show up. They just know where to be. If you or anyone in chat has anything to add, I'd appreciate it. I think, okay, one thing I do want to add is that it's okay to feel frustrated. You know, especially if you feel like, you know, your parent who, you know, you want to be there and be available for you feels unavailable because they're spending that energy elsewhere. But you gotta recognize that if this is something that brings them happiness and joy, it's like we want to be happy for them. But if we want to spend time with them and we feel like we're missing out on a relationship with them, we gotta let them know. We're like, Mom, I feel like you're spending too much time there and I don't feel like we have much time to spend together. So invite her to do something, you know, come up with plans to do something together. You know, we don't have to just sit here with this frustration. We can get up and do something about it. From a psychology standpoint, when you feel weird about someone, even though they didn't do anything wrong, but the feeling was right, what is that exactly? We call that a gut feeling. And what I would say is, when it comes to people and that gut feeling, it's more often correct than it is incorrect. Now, sometimes we can be a little bit hesitant. Sometimes we can be a little bit avoidant. Maybe we're a little shy or a little reserved, and so we might be a little bit on guard. But I would say that that gut feeling of like, can I trust this person? It's very rarely wrong. It might be a little oversensitive. It might be a little overtuned. You might be seeing shadows and seeing, wolves in the hallway, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely wrong. All right, we'll turn down the Jellyfish Jam. The hype train is over. The hype train is over. Took me a while to learn to trust my gut after my childhood. I would rather, trust my gut and have it be wrong than not trust my gut and have it be right. You know what I mean? So the way that I look at it is if I have a gut feeling, I listen to that feeling and then I proceed with caution. I would rather trust my gut and have it be wrong than not trust my gut when it was actually correct. Except with anxiety and depression, you can't trust those. I would... You want to hear what I gotta say? I don't think anxiety and depression operate from the gut. Anxiety and depression are products of the mind. When you feel something in your gut, you feel it on a deeper level. It's more that she uses that little free time to be a free tax attorney for the club. Like she always talks about learning a language or painting and is always so exhausted when she gets home that she falls asleep on the couch and can't hold a conversation. Am I the asshole for wanting her to do more in life and also be more present? No. I don't think you're an asshole for wanting that. I would just talk to her about it. Tell her how you feel. Tell her what you just told me. Tell her what you just told me. She's talking about this other stuff she wants to do, and you feel like she's just drained of energy. Knowing psychology and how people act levels up that gut feeling. Maybe. I think if anything, it has served as a reminder that I do need to listen to it more closely. So I don't know if it has necessarily leveled up my gut feeling. I think it's just made me more considerate of what it is it's trying to say to me. Recognizing why it exists and why I have that perception in the first place. Now, when we talk about having a gut feeling and the feelings you have in your guts, like gastrointestinal distress, like you got stomach cramps or diarrhea or something, it's different. Like feeling something on a gut level, it's like we say you feel it in your gut. You could say, I feel it in my heart. You could say, I feel it in my bones. But it's all about, it's like, I feel this deep within me. I feel this in my body. It's not just up here. I feel it down here. You know what I mean? So I don't want us to get too caught up on the specifics of like, you can get an upset tummy, Can I just say one thing? Can I just say... Koala. Yeah, it's my... I didn't know until today that koalas throat sang. That was cool to find out. Learning new animal facts. Somebody the other day was asking for a basic lesson on throat singing. Is that person here today? Is that person here today? Someone knit Papa a cat ear beanie, thank you. Yeah, you can send it to the P.O. box, I'll wear it. I just tried to throat sing and I'm just going, well, that's a good start. How about this? To wrap up today, let's do a little bit of an intro to throat singing. How about that? A little fun to end. I mean, if you think that throat singing is fun, I do. You want to start off with this sound, kind of a Start by making a relaxed and then bring it back into your throat. So here you go. That's how you get started. You got to start by learning how to bring it back into your throat a little bit. So you go. That's where I would start. If you're just learning how to throat sing, I would learn on how to make that sound and learn how to make that sound more clearly. Once you get that down pretty well, that's when you want to start making different vowel sounds. And you want to try to find more and more of that vibration that you feel. They call it the golden vibration. That sound, that feel in the back of your throat, that I sound ridiculous. Yeah, you're probably going to spend the first couple weeks of practicing throat singing sounding like a garbage disposal. You're going to sound like But then after a while, what you can notice is that you can hold on to that vibration a little more. You just got to train up those muscles in your throat a little bit. So you can make that nice and then from there, practice making different vowel sounds. A-E-I-O-U. A-E-I-O-U. Chad, I once felt like a rod was going to burst through the top of my skull while doing mantra meditation. Has that ever happened to you? Yeah, let it out. Let it out the top. Let it go. Let it go. Pew! Send that shit out to the other side of the universe and see who picks up the call. It freaked me out. I felt like if I let it go, I would die. You will come back to yourself. You will come back to yourself. That's one of the things. Okay, so since we're talking about it, you're getting into some pretty advanced meditation, and what you're dealing with is something that people will experience when they get to that level of meditation. that final barrier to really push through, that fear of death. It was a Kundalini thing. You gotta be careful with that Kundalini energy. That's potent stuff. You can experience psychedelic levels of consciousness and awareness during meditation, and you can do that while being completely sober. But it's something that takes work to get to, and it sounds like it's something you've been working on. So what I would say is focus on all of your chakras, focus, from your root up into your belly, into your chest, into your heart, into your throat, into your mind, into the top of your head, and then shoot it like a laser beam, blast it out like a spotlight, send it out into the universe. You're in the midst of a Kundalini event. I actually did a spiral technique, starting from the heart and ending in the crown. Try going from the bottom up. Feel that connection to the earth beneath your feet, and then work your way up. It might help you to remain more oriented if you do it in that way, from top to bottom. Might help you feel more solid. Because even when your thoughts are like all the way out here and they're out on the other side of the universe, you can still feel the ground beneath you, and you know that I am still connected. Very interesting, though. Let me know how it progresses. Let me know how things continue. What it sounds like to me is you were right on the cusp of entering like a transcendental meditation state. And I just want to let you know that it can be scary to try for the first time because it's very surreal. It can be very disorienting, especially if you've never experienced anything like that before. Transcendental meditation isn't just a bunch of woo-woo mumbo-jumbo nonsense. Like, it's the real deal. Like, there are millions of people who practice it, and it's a real thing. If most humans on the planet did this kind of practice, would be much better off as a species. Oh yeah, I feel like we'd be much better off at people if more people meditated. I firmly believe that. And then you can learn to celebrate those breakthroughs that they make. What if humans had a blowhole like dolphins, but for stress? You do, it's called your mouth. And in order to blow the stress out, you have to go, ah! You have to go scream. You have to go out there and you have to go, ah! Don't underestimate the power of a good scream. If you're feeling restricted, if you're feeling like you aren't heard, go out into the woods and just go yell. Just go get it out. Just really go for it. Or you can do it at home and you can do it into a pillow if that's what you want to do too, but sometimes that just doesn't really hit the same as just yelling out into nature. You could do it in your car. You know, a lot of people do it in their car. Using psychology and music needs a degree in and of itself. You know, the connection between sound and music and its effect on our mood is something really interesting. There are types of therapy that do lean into that, you know, like sound and movement type therapies, you know, more expressive forms of therapy. Maybe there's some dancing involved. I knew a guy who worked at a restaurant with me who swore by primal screams as stress relief. He would do them on the back dock of the restaurant during his shift. Hey, they do work. They do work. But like any other thing, you know, you want to have as many tools in your toolbox as you can. And that's just one tool to have in your toolbox. Anyway. Waiting tables is stressful but fun. You know, I've spent some time as a server. I gotta say, I agree. It can be fun. But it's definitely stressful. Don't monks make this sound as well? Oh yeah, using sound or chanting, it's a good way to take you deeper and deeper into a meditation. What's the longest you'd say you've done the throat singing at once? That's a good question. In practicing it so much, like I've been practicing it for a few years, I've developed pretty good breath control and I can go a lot longer than I used to be able to, but like I kind of have to warm up for it. Like if I wanted to do what I can fully do, it takes me a few minutes of like warming up and preparation to get there. And I'm not really warmed up right now, and I don't want to submit you to that because it's some of the noises you make when you're warming up are not that pleasant to listen to. Another thing that throat singing will do to you is it will clear stuff out that you didn't even realize was in there. It'll knock all sorts of stuff loose. But then again, I also did do quite a few years of choir, so I did learn some breath control in doing that, so, you know, that also helps. Anywho, I think that's gonna be... I did the mantra with each one of my breaths, and that was after about an hour of chanting. Oh, you were going in deep. If you're doing anything for over half an hour in meditation, and like you're going in deep. If you want to keep your meditation more chill and surface level, cap it off at about 30 minutes. Anything beyond that, it's like we are entering another realm. I'm going in. I've done it. I've tried it. It's definitely interesting. What's the point of life? A fantastic question for us to end on. The answer to that is that it's up to you to decide that. Your point for your life is up to you to figure out, just like my point for my life is up to me to figure out. There's not one answer for everybody, and that's good. We don't want it to be that way. We want there to be nuance. So when it comes to figuring out what's the point of me and my life, that's a riddle for you to solve. And in many ways, it's about the journey. It's less about the destination, it's more about the journey, the process of unfoldment. To learn, to grow, to discover, to experience, to understand. That's what it's all about. But that's just my opinion. Journey is falling apart. And what do we need to fix that? Do we need to find a firm footing on a different path? Do we need to find friends that can help us along the way? Do we need to find somebody to come pick us up and give us a ride? Like if an entire society made making a profit the entire point, that was a bad idea. We're starting to realize that was a pretty bad idea. Pretty bad idea on our part. All right. It's time to make dinner. It's dinner making time, so that's gonna be it for me. We'll be back on Tuesday. So have a great rest of your night. We'll see you around. Come check us out in the Discord if you're not there already. Fix the microwave for Casey. The microwave's not working? Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. We'll go fix the microwave. She kept getting an error on the microwave? Weird. Alright, I'm gonna go solve this mystery. You all have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. Try to have some fun. Hang in there, alright? Hang in there. Keep working on it. We're on the right path. Alright, everybody. Take good care of yourselves. See you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.